Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loud without a sound. And I will pass
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Strollick win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nouns!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast here for the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas qualifier for 2024 here for North America. We have the honor of crowning the next NA team through to IEM Dallas, the third NA team through to IEM Dallas this season, this year, and it's time to find out who it's going to be. I'm Darth Mike. This is JRT. We'll be bringing you the action tonight as we do narrow this down to just one team. John, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well, actually, Mike. Thanks. Honestly, I'm pretty hyped already just from that intro. It always gets me pumped up every time I see it. I know we talk about it every time, but it's just unbelievably exciting and it gets you in that mood. But anyway, yeah, I'm doing great. I'm excited to see Liquid and Boss. We saw a lot of shakiness from Liquid yesterday. Hopefully, for their sake, they've ironed out all of the problems.
Yeah. I mean, that tells the story. Let's take a look at the bracket. So if someone missed day one, they get a sense of what actually happened here. Because Liquid, you know, a lot of expectations on this team, a team that's pinned as potential world beaters, potential trophy contenders. And while they're not looking like that right now, Nouns, let's give full credit to them. Came out of the gates swinging. Looked phenomenal yesterday.
Yep.
Looked like a very elevated team from where we last saw them. They're just coming off of an EU boot camp, and things look good. So that's really exciting if you're a Nouns fan. But we saw big mistakes from Liquid. We saw individual mistakes. We saw team mistakes. We saw, you know, just little errors that kind of are uncharacteristic from players of that caliber. And we saw them, frankly, get outplayed and outcalled across the series.
Yeah, and that's really troubling if you're Cadian, for example. I know I've kind of focused in on him a lot, but there have been some issues, right? His calling has been very questionable at times. Timing of rotations, timing of movements, everything has been off. And, of course, his fragging hasn't been there either, so there's not much positives to speak of there. Only 0.19 op frags per round for a player that we kind of expect better from. I say kind of, we definitely expect better from him. That said, they still have everyone else popping off. I mean, Naf had a 1.3 rating and a 1.37 impact over 6 maps, and Skull's right behind him at 86 frags and a plus 15 kill to death differential. So I mean, they're getting the fraggers out. The performances are there, right? And Twist as well was looking great, and Yekindar was also doing his job in terms of getting opening frags. It's just I honestly feel like Cadian needs to step it up. I mean, I don't want to focus on one player, but in this case, I feel like he could be a big difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something that we sort of expected might be an issue. It's something that we talked about in the pregame of that matchup is, you know, while he's getting the in-game leading on point, while he's getting the synergy down among the team, it is tougher to focus on your individual performance. Yeah. The problem is that when you're the AWPer, there's naturally going to be a lens on you, and that does make it tough, especially when they definitely prioritize getting that AWP. Still, they did go down to the lower bracket. That was a tight matchup against Wildcard, right? Yeah. It looked touch and go there, trading the first maps. The scoreline winds up being, you know, comfortable on Inferno, 13-10, but it's definitely not a slam dunk. Meanwhile, because we don't have that much time, John, I want to cast the lens over to Boss. Let's talk about Boss here. They triumph over Wildcard in the first round, which is this is always going to be a bit of a special matchup, a little bit of a revenge matchup for Boss, being that they are the former players of the Wildcard org. And then they get tossed aside by Nouns. And that Nouns game was tough for Boss.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to say tossed aside, Mike, because I think both were tightly contested. I think the first half was the biggest problem on both maps for Boss because they were always fighting an uphill battle. They constantly put themselves in a position where they couldn't feel comfortable. They had to grind and get those rounds at the latter part of the match, and they couldn't ever cross the finish line and find that 13th. They got to 10, they got to 11. but they couldn't take a map off of Nouns. And I think one of the biggest issues for Boss yesterday, and it surprises me they even beat Wildcard with this being the case, but Freshie and Darty, their 2 star fraggers, who I think are their star fraggers, were not that at all yesterday. In fact, were the lowest rated players in both series. So for me, that's good for Brett, you know, and the rest of the squad, and Cryptic as well, who are stepping up to the plate and doing well, but they need them in matches when they're facing off against Nouns and Liquid.
Yeah, and it's just there's a way the team is supposed to flow, and that ain't it.
Yeah.
That ain't it, right?
No.
Cryptic would not like to be top of the board as the in-game leader. That's not what he's trying to accomplish. So it is concerning for sure, and especially how slow they started. I mean, those 2 players, I don't think they got a kill before like the 8th or 9th round in map number 1. It was incredibly slow to start, and that can't happen against Liquid, because the biggest question mark for Boss is the firepower. The in-game leading has actually been a delight, frankly. Cryptic is really shooting up our radars as somebody to keep an eye on as a young in-game leader. You've got, you know, decent structure. They've got some creative ideas. They like to do some interesting things. But if you're going to have players go missing like that, and you're up against, you know, former top 20, top 5, top 10 riflers in the world on the other side, you can't get away with it.
No,
you cannot get away with starting out 0-9. You're going to get eaten alive.
Yeah, no question. And I think that that's something they have to address today. It's honestly, it was a rare off day for Freshie and Darty, and I think that they can look at the tape and say, okay, well, there's not much time to look at the tape. Very little time between today and yesterday's matches, but still, I think they can kind of readjust themselves, compose themselves. Good IGLing will help get those players back in gear, and I think Cryptic is actually very strong at that in terms of the psychological aspect, so hopefully he can get his guys going once more, and yeah, they can solve themselves, because this is going to be their toughest matchup so far.
Well, we say that. Nouns is pretty ferocious right now. But let's talk about the Veto, because we've got our maps coming through here. Let's take a look at what we've got. Okay. It's going to be an Inferno pick for Liquid. It's going to be an Anubis pick for Boss, which is an interesting one to me. An Ancient as a decider. What do we think of this Veto here, John?
Yeah, look, we've got 2 picks here. That's the thing, because Anubis is really, really strong for Liquid. 6-3 plus 30 round differential since the team formed up. They haven't played it. They didn't play it yesterday, but they played it up against the Party Astronauts. Actually, I take that back a little bit, because they lost against the Party Astronauts 5-13 in that matchup, but they ended up winning the series anyway. I think Anubis is a really strong map for them. And if you look over at Boss, Mike, it's actually not that great over the last 3 months. 2-4 and a -16 round differential. But we never know what's happening off the server out of the officials, right? What the teams are working on, how they want to test out their map pool. So maybe there's something that was going on for Boss behind the scenes, because they did beat Wildcard there yesterday 13-8.
Yeah, and I am curious. We talked about this yesterday a little bit, but Liquid have put a lot of games on tape, particularly on Ancient and Anubis.
Yes.
Those are their 2 most played maps when they were going through the open quals, into the closed quals for various events. They were running those every chance they got in the BO1s. And Boss is a team that likes to anti-strat at times. So I do wonder. I'm really curious. This is I think Cryptic throwing down the gauntlet a little bit with that pick, saying that we have a plan. We knew who we were going to be up against, and we've got a plan for Anubis. And I almost just want to skip Inferno, because I really want to see the proof in the pudding of that one. But we do have to watch Inferno ahead of time, and that is a question. What do you think we're going to get here on Inferno out from Boss?
I mean, they don't play it much. It's not a map that they've thrived on either. I think they have 1 win, is it, over the last? Yeah, 1 win over the last 3 months. They've only played it 3 times, -9 round differential. Looking at Liquid, this is a map that they're very dominant on. 5-1 since they were formed. Haven't really been fussed at all. I think that 1 loss might have been in Europe, so... yeah, this is going to be very difficult for the Boss side. That said, I mean, we've gone into matches before and said Liquid should be the one dominating, and they haven't. You know, they've had their issues, so we never really know. Technically, statistically, Liquid should dominate here.
And Liquid are going to be very disappointed themselves for dropping that series to Nouns yesterday, right? So
yes,
you'd imagine that's going to have them focused up on a lot of the tomfoolery we sometimes see when things are a little bit easier. Going to be down. Ooh, they're trying to explode out of it, but it was just enough to rebuff Liquid, and this could be a problem. Trades on, and they're even, so not really a problem. Bomb will be down. It'll be a 2-on-2 in the post, and Naf has found himself a little pistol upgrade here. Oh, and he's got the deep angle in towards Church. Bot's going to be tough to clear out for Pone alone. Just got to hit the headshot or bust here for Pone alone. Naf will mow one down. Sets up a 1v1.
Those dualies.
No kit. Twist repositioning in towards the pool. This is nicely done. Does Darty clear it? Oh, Twist even giving further ground. Darty has no idea where he is. And Twist is showing patience on this one. Now starting to go forward, checking that he's off of it. Knew he already won it on time. That is nicely played. Ice in the veins for Russell, Twist, and Milton.
Yeah, and I mean, Liquid, if there's one strength we've seen from them over the last little bit, it's pistol rounds. They've been very strong on them, and you see that Twist at the end of it, like you said, very patient, very poised, you know, going and clearing out Church, realizing that no one was there anymore, and then, of course, you know, the attempt on the site drew his attention, and they got that round, even though it's tightly contested. And I mean, credit to Boss, this is something that they're also very good at, is getting trades, you know, playing as a unit. They're not going to make things easy for Liquid, because can they get, oh my goodness, speaking of Freshy's going to get spammed through the wall there. Naf going for that common wall panel spam. All 5 players for Boss are pushing in here. But yeah, they're just a very tenacious team.
Skulls. Gonna make some money. Well, actually, most of the kills come through with rifles, which they will be able to retrieve going into the next round. So, not a ton of money made off the SMG. They mostly managed to circumvent that MAC-10, but still only 1 casualty. Liquid are feeling fine after the first couple of rounds. So let's see what Boss has got here. I feel like Inferno is not a map that lends itself as much to some of the creativity that we like to see. That sort of intrigued us with Boss. But I want to see what they got cooking. Because you're right, they don't have a ton of officials on this map. It's not been the most comfortable for them. So what's the big idea here?
Molotov getting tossed out. Right now they have 3 players leaning towards the A side. A couple on B. They have an anchor. Oh, Ponalo's going to get the opener onto Naf. Yekindar gets the immediate trade though, so Liquid will take that every day of the week as they charge on forward, take bracket control without any contestation. Darty waiting over in Moto, and he will get deleted by Twist. That means only 1 player left on the site. Fresh is going to have to do work, and he does! 2K. Twist and Yekindar are dropped. 3v2 in favor of Boss. They have the advantage, but they need to get the numbers.
Skulls knows there's the player mini. Ooh, still hits the dink. That's nicely done. They need to cross the bomb. A little too risky, that smoke. Not blew me in time, and look at where the bomb is dropped. So Skulls with no health. Is he gonna go through this? Oh, they're stuck on each other. They're stuck on each other. That is such unfortunate timing for Skulls. If Cryptic had been moving like 5 pixels to the right, he might have just slipped right by him. They might have just passed each other like ships in the night, and Skulls would have been away. I don't mind the idea. It's a little cheeky, but with the health he had, you had to do something. But for Boss, they're on the board.
Yeah, and again, I mean, a little bit of a bonus round for Team Liquid coming through there with the MAC-10s on a couple of players, but technically, I felt like they had the advantage coming onto that bomb site. The difference maker is Freshy, the player we saw that was a little invisible yesterday, now coming out and immediately asserting himself on the A anchor hold. So that's good to see for Boss. I'm sure they're happy about that, but they need a lot more of it as they just got that 1 round on the board. 3 MP9s and 2 A1Ss. So even with the round victory, right, the economy isn't great because we only had 1 player left standing, which I think has been the case for 2 out of 3 rounds. That has been the case for these 2 squads. So as expected, Boss fighting tooth and nail here.
Little utility cycling here at the B site. They've rebuffed Liquid, at least initially. So not a ton left for a site take. Pretty much going to be 1 less salvo. Opponent alone tucked towards the cubby. This could get interesting. Fresh is in kind of a bad spot here. Okay, he'll be able to tuck back in towards the site. There was a moment there. It looked like he might get caught on the timing. Flashbang to try and stall this out. There's not a lot of utility here. They can't slow them down now. It's all about the fight. It's all about the hit. And it's all about the kills for Twists. This one overdone. Cryptic left to the save. And Liquid with a resounding answer to that first gun round loss.
That is just a blitz onto the A site and a stomp of anyone that is present there, which was 4 players for Boss that were actually available to try and get 1 frag, but they got none. Not a single one coming on the board for them. Cryptic just trying to save here, and everyone for Liquid is hunting already. They know that no one's on the A site, so they're going to close all the angles. Cryptic going to get 1 here, but his his position is given away. Cryptic picking up the AK, trying for a second. Okay. At least he's fighting to try and keep this AK up and running. Liquid, I imagine they're going to continue to chase here. 1 player's fallen back. A couple still hanging in. Skulls and Cadian, but good movement from Cryptic. I think he's got this. Yeah, AK saved over to the following round. That's something, given the fact that Boss isn't going to have a buy-up pretty much at all outside of the AK, but a rifle helps. What do you do if you're Boss right now, though? You got the AK. Do you stack a sight, keep the rifle on it, or you split it up? It looks like they will be splitting it up, keeping the rifle on B. Oh my god, it could be dead soon. He's got to be careful. He actually did dodge that utility and doesn't take any damage from it. That's actually quite lucky for Cryptic that he wasn't in the vicinity of the nades or the Molotovs. Liquid taking aggressive banana control.
It's the classic. It's the classic. And he knows in this situation, when you don't have your own counter nades to fight it, you just can't stick around top card. Nice shot. Very nice shot indeed. Now Liquid's in kind of a weird situation with this gun. You know they're going to come for it. You don't want to put the bomb in a precarious position, but you also don't want to give them an extra rifle for free. So they're kind of sitting around here. The timing could be really weird. Oh boy. Unless you got riflers like this. Nice transfer there from Yekindar. Keeping the bodies around works out. Yes, they lose 2, but they're going to be easily absorbed.
Oh, Yekindar. My goodness, he is so good oftentimes at opening up bomb sites, and that's what they've got him for, right? Take those opening duels, take the space, do the damage, even if you're not getting the frags. As long as you're getting the players down in health and you're making it easy for the trades, mission accomplished. And he does exactly that. Doesn't even die, of course, in that previous round. So 4-1 in favor of Liquid. Pwn alone going to be jumping up, looking for first contact here. And the smoke was already thrown by the CTs to block off any type of visibility from T-Ramp. So I kind of like that play. Not a smoke you see every day. Yeah, from there. Spamming through it. And he's, again, trying to open up a space. The Lone Ranger at Banana, while 4 players look to work their way up mid and towards the A site.
He's not got an R8, though. The Lone Ranger. We'll see, though. He's pretty snappy on the shooting. You know, most American of them all, Randy Yekindar Smith. Actually, I guess the most indeed. So they're all Canadian now.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're claiming Skulls as yet. I guess he can just be a Brazilian player. Yekindar isolated alone. This Lone Ranger has been stripped of his badge. And now there's trouble on for Liquid because, well, Boss no. There's no one here with 25 seconds left to go. 30 seconds, rather. There actually would be enough time for a mad bail. Unless Naf just kills everybody in the meantime. Holy calzone. Naf! Oh, just a one-man execution squad. Just spotted the last as well, and why not? He'll take it too. Beautiful work.
Check him PC. No, my goodness, what a 4K. Tapping away with the headshots and 9 frags on the board, and actually took the lead away from Twist. And like I said, Naf has been that player who's had the most impact for Liquid, not only throughout this qualifier, but since the team has formed, this new iteration of it. I mean, he's had his ups and downs in the past, but currently he is very much their star performer. So let's see if he can continue that trend, and I mean, all signs point to yes. Timeout going to be called by Boss to talk things over, readjust their strategies. Money isn't there. Maybe a half buy in the cards. They can try something a little cheeky. They haven't been too aggressive down mid. They've been pretty passive in general, so maybe an aggressive play here to mix things up with the pistols could be on the cards.
Yeah. It's not going to be a lot of firepower behind it. Not a lot of oomph.
Yeah.
Nade stack. Three of them.
Sorry, it would justify even more to try something risky, right?
Yeah, certainly. 4 nades. Ooh, all right. Hold on. Darty keeps the money healthy, maybe to save for the op. And here we go. First nade somehow finds nobody. Second nade also finds nobody.
What?
Unfortunate for Boss, as they will have no impact out of that. A little bit of utility. Oh, but the 5-7's a different story. Beautifully done. Brett's just sticking around as well. It's like, yeah, come and get me. We got 4 players here now. I would actually like to bait you in with the ticks of those Molotovs. But meanwhile, 2 players getting up and around towards long. I mean, they could still trigger this stack. They've got a minute. They can't go ahead of this. The players in spawn need to activate first to take out this CT prong of the assault. Just enough utility coming over from B to try and bait them right now, but you could see Ponalon's wise to this. He's like, why haven't they hit yet? Why haven't they hit yet? Something is wrong. He just doesn't have the gun to do anything about it. So stacked or not, at the end of the day, the rifles are going to win out. And Freshie probably just wants to save his armor, to be honest.
Yeah, I would think so. And the 5.7 too. It's like 1,500. No, excuse me, not 1,500, but 1,150.
500.
500.
Well, you
plus
mean
the
in
armor.
total?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, here we go. 1150. You were trying to do math. That was your mistake here, John.
I did it right though. 1150.
But you did it wrong first.
Because I
That's why
forgot
you
he didn't
never
have the
do
head armor.
math live. One of the cardinal rules of broadcast.
Nah, I break that rule all the time. And I don't mind doing it.
Just setting yourself up for disaster, John.
Well, you know, eventually I'll just be so good it won't matter. Liquid going to get a 6 there. I actually want to talk about how well things went for Liquid in a round where we've seen things go awry in the past and against many teams where they have an anti-eco and, you know, they feel overconfident. They try to force the issue and it doesn't work. In that case, they keep 2 players on Banana. They say, okay, hold it up. Guys, let's take some time to try and readjust ourselves and gain an advantageous position and go in on that flank. And Pone alone, I mean, obviously when you're firing off those bullets, it's kind of weird in that situation. You're probably thinking as a CT, why are they doing this? Are they trying to distract us? And Pone immediately turns around and says something might be going on in our flank. He was right, but like you said, there's only so much he could do with a pistol, and Liquid from that range just completely decimated them. So well played from Liquid as they take a 6th.
It's like one of those situations you're like, I have the read, but also a P2K, so... It's only the first step of the puzzle. Twists and Naf having some nice starts to this one. But we'll be on board with Skulls. Cryptic's playing anti-flash, but golly, does that X-ray look like he's about to just pull the trigger on some spam. Ooh, 3 players here. The attempt to explode through could be bad from Liquid. Molotov forces the first out. And Skulls doesn't bite. Shown some presence here. But they're taking the ground, and they are just going to leave Skulls as that lurk. See if he can catch anybody. I say that. He's revealed himself now. Fighting both sides of the map. Twist, 1 for 1. Skulls able to trade it. Beautifully done. And that duo is all you need to clear out the defense. That's nicely played. Good coordination between them. This is something that we've had our eyes on with Liquid as we continue to learn about the squad, as they continue to develop. Is the chemistry, the timing on that? And in that instance, couldn't have been more on point.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think Twist was going to be able to get 1 in that situation, but he manages to do it before getting dropped. And you're right, Skulls peeks around at the perfect time. Not only gets the trade, but immediately flicks around to find the second player as well before they can do anything about it. And now that bomb's going to get planted on the opposite site that Boss is holding. So Boss, they're going to go for the eco. Makes sense, given their money. You got an op and an AK and a bit of util along with armor to save over. And on Liquid's side, they've been playing almost to perfection, aside from that 1 blemish on the scoreboard that came around number 3. Everything's looking great.
Yeah, I mean, this is a battering so far. And I mean, even that round that they lost is the bonus round. They're bringing in SMGs, right? There were limitations to the buy, so it's been pretty commanding for Liquid since then. For Boss, I mean, we saw those slow starts yesterday. Up against Nouns. We've seen it before. Problem is, up against Nouns, it cost them the map. So, can't do that again. And this is a pretty darn slow one. Got to get it rolling.
Oh, yeah.
Here and now. They'll have a decent buy around this. So let's see what they got.
AK is going to help matters here in Brett's hands towards that B site. Cryptic joining him. This duo's been holding down the fort at B. Which hasn't been too bad. I think A's been more vulnerable than B for this Boss squad, but don't have any rounds to show for it either way, because Liquid's been winning even the close ones. Brett going out here, eating the nade just to hold this spot. Another nade's going to have to get eaten. He's down to 47 HP. Here comes a third, and oh my goodness, not going to survive that. Liquid relentless with the utility here, and they get the opening frag without having to really fire any shots.
You can just tell Brett's like, oh, well, okay, I had that much damage. Okay, but this one, okay, but I can hold on to the spot. Okay, and, oh, this much damage, huh? Another nade. There's one more available. That was attacked through the wall. That's Cadian, just with the op. Goes from bad to worse here, and at this point, they might just be thinking about how they can try and save these guns. Because this one's already looking dire. Cryptic pulls the pin on the smoke, and he is out of there. If they're lucky and Liquid massively misread this, they'll be able to fight with 3. If the likely situation happens and Liquid walk into an empty bomb site, well, it's the safe call for Boss.
It's interesting to see on the T side for Liquid, actually. Cadian is not really trying to get implicated in the fights at all, especially in the early goings. He's just setting up utility, flashbang, everything for the rest of his squad and the riflers to move on in. So he's relying on his teammates more than anything else to find that success, which is fine. I just kind of want to see him get into the action when he's needed, which right now it's not, but when it is, that's when things might become a little bit of an issue, which is what we saw yesterday. Alrighty. 8th round found. Save again for Boss. Tale as old as time on Inferno. Save after save after save on the CT side. And MR12 didn't change that.
No. No, it did not. No, it has not fixed it. Just got fewer rounds. Oh, now the pressure's on. Liquid have plenty of money to hunt, to get aggro. And they will take out 2 of these guns. So the op lives. But Liquid stride forward. And a timeout's going to be used here from Boss, their second, as this is getting pretty dire. The problem as well has been these last few rounds, right? Liquid have been on cruise control from the first contact.
Yeah.
They take the site, they eliminate the defense on one side of the map, and then it's just a matter of when are they actually going to move in. Boss have had little ability to impact the outcome.
Yeah, and I
It's
mean,
gotta be frustrating.
I can't recall a round where Boss has gained banana control, which on Inferno, especially on this iteration of it, is exceptionally important. Liquid has always had the ability to freewheel themselves in there, which gives you so much more map that you need to cover on the CT side. You can't only leave the 1B anchor when you're not getting at least a little bit of control, a little bit of visibility down banana. So, I mean, it's been a problem for them that I don't think is going to change here because their buy-up is extremely limited. They will have the op saved over from the previous round. Everyone else onto pistol, so they're gambling here, leaving the op towards B, and Ponalone delivers. What a peek onto Cadian, a risky one given how much Util's been tossed in that direction, but he says, I'm going for it. 5v4 gain for Boston, now a 5v3 with Brett peeking around with the 5-7. Perhaps this is the round that could get Boss charged up, but oh no, the stack to counter exactly that. Skull says, I don't care how many bodies are here. Gets 2, Naf gets another. Liquid striking back.
Hey, already's got something. It's not done just yet, but it is going to be tough for Ponalone. Bomb will make its way over to the plant. And you've got Yekindar on the angle, ready to receive the op of Ponalone. So he's got the right idea. He's got to go for the clear, but Yekindar just off the angle. Just off the check on the clear. Can't unscope at this point. There's the spot. And Yakitar wrapping. The shark circling closer. Pone alone, wondering when the second punch is going to come in. He's feeling the tingle. But he has to cross this, and Yekindar will have this shot. No problem there. A little closer than they'd like, but the end result is Liquid 9-1.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a round where, again, it was the pistols giving Liquid headaches, right? The 5-7 came out, even though Pone alone gets the opener with the AWP, admittedly, but it's the pistols afterwards that strike true time and time again. 1v1, which I think that might be, I thought we would have more, but we think we've had 3 or 4 1v1 situations that have almost all gone Liquid's way. The only one that didn't was when Skulls was trying to creep through that smoke on, as we mentioned, the bonus round for Liquid. Wait, Yakinder going out here, looking for that opening frag. Darty Montana on the other side. This time they're trying to challenge for that Utah, but that deep Molotov is so problematic for Brett. Takes damage from it. Darty's stuck in a corner with no support, and Yakinder greets them with some AK bullets. He does go down eventually, but the 4v3 is fantastic for Liquid. Only one player left on the B site, but Cryptic is good for at least one, and that will make Liquid question things here.
They're rotating off. They're moving off, but so is Pone alone. Oh, Freshie dropped. Now it's all on Pone alone, and they know that this is maximum of 1. They know that this could be the op, that this is the op, but what can be done about it? Players out. First one checks. Timing's not perfect there. Twists. Unable to find it. And op on off now. Katie in here. Cavalry getting closer by the moment. And Pone alone. Patient with it. Beautifully done. Gets boss on the board.
Wow. Pone alone, as he often does, living up to his namesake. 3 frags, no support available to him, and some great maneuvering around that pillar on site. It's just beautiful stuff. All the shots he took connected. And I mean, look, it felt a little bit like Liquid were lost and didn't really know where to go in order to counter him. On top of that, the one player coming out of apartments doesn't clear sight, even though no one's been there yet, and walks in towards pit. I get it, because your teammates are right behind you, so just the timing was a bit off for Liquid, and Pone alone gets a freebie to start that run in the clutch. So a second round for Boss, it's something. Yakinder, and there we go. Yakinder goes down to Pone alone, who's on a bit of a run for himself now. He's jumped up to a KDR of 1, which is good news for him at 8-8. At the top of the scoreboard, tied with Cryptic. Liquid immediately going away from that B site. They are taking bracket control.
Bodies are here for Boss. Smoke to lock them out. This could actually be a split for CT. Now they're not a split, but just a straight up play. But they're not seeing anything. They've not got anything telegraphed. Good damage onto Brett. Skull's nearly bringing one through here. Oh, desperate to get that kill, but are they going to expect the double pit setup? That's the big question. Darty tries to get some altitude. This is a little bold. Now a cacophony of kills. They've lost that moto presence. They've cleared out the pit presence. They're not going to expect the second, and Darty will punish them for it.
Okay.
But it's still a recovery on for Liquid. It gives Cryptic a chance at the very least in this final round of the half. But it's only a chance. Hell of a round from Skulls. Just want to put that out here. Clearing out a very tough situation, bringing this round back into question now. Cryptic, what do you have for us? He has the kit. At least, so time pressure isn't as great. But he's expecting the pit presence, and Cadian will play with that expectation, toy with him, and secure double digits as we head to the half. And we're live. Into action. Into the fun here, the second half. It could be a quick one. For Boss, this pistol round is the classic. The must-win.
Yeah, I mean, third map in a row that they've been going to the second half down by 4 rounds or more, which, I mean, is always a problem.
Yeah.
This is the biggest deficit they've had to come back from, if they even will be able to. Is a big question here, and pistol rounds have been very good for Liquid, and they continue to be so. As oh no, Twist with the Zeus, adds insult to injury, and a TK afterwards.
Wow, that's it's a little bit of disrespect, perhaps, in Twist, or perhaps it's the new meta. I mean, he wanted the Molotov, wanted the utility, and the Zeus ain't bad right now, especially if you're playing Halls. You just have to keep an eye on that in their Inferno games, but definitely a little bit of extra flair in that pistol round, and Liquid could be done here.
A Zeus and a TK. That is just the worst possible situation if you're Boss in that round. Unfortunate. Yeah, the Zeus is interesting though. I find it, now we're talking about it a little bit, the fact that it recharges now is a big deal, right? Because it's not just a one and done. You can actually use it and then wait for it to recharge, and you can hold the same angle with it.
I mean, in a pistol
Probably
round
not
though,
going to, but
by the time it recharges, usually pistol rounds are just kind of done. Speaking of the disrespect, now Cadian's just in their face, asserting himself right now, and the nades will shred them. Shrapnel tearing through the last of Boss's hope on this map. A TK nade, and they're jumping. Their pogo sticking into the fray. Liquid is wasting no time. They want to move on. They've got 2 series to play tonight if they win here against Boss, and they want to make sure they got as much time as possible for it.
that was a demolition derby. Even Liquid's own players getting caught in the crossfire and the shrapnel. But it didn't matter because Boss were deleted by that initial nade stack. 2 players gone. They had already lost 1 before that. Unbelievable dominance and aggression coming through here from Liquid. They want this map over and done with. And again, the volley of nades. They dominated the utility battle on both sides of the map. Brett and Darty down to 4 and 38 HP respectively. Oh my goodness. Already Liquid, even though they've just got the 3 MP9s here, they got 2 rifles to work with, and with all the damage done, the MP9s will be even more potent.
And look at how much utility there still is. Flashes, mollies, smokes. We'll see. It's going to be an approach towards A for Boss. Contact man is Katie, who just slips around the corner. And he'll be smoked off. Counter through, but they're not going to have to respect it. The spam is good, though. Look at the health. Oh, if only there were a couple of HEs here, this would get real interesting. As it is, though. 4 players are close at hand, and now the bodies are going to start to hit the floor. They barely need to see them, and this one is over. Liquid, pure domination on their map pick of Inferno. 0 moments where that game was in doubt. Barely a moment in a round where Boss had us in doubt for the round win. I mean, that was lopsided.
Exceptionally, yes. I mean, look, Liquid have pulled off these types of performances in the past where they've been extremely dominant. This one felt like the most dominant one we've seen in any of the qualifiers. They absolutely trounced Boss at every turn. It was, all right, what do you have to say, Mike?
In the closed qualifiers, just want to clarify that.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I meant closed qualifiers. That is absolutely correct.
They've had a few 13-0s in the open qualifiers,
Yes.
so we'll just... We do want to give some more credit to Boss than that.
The open qualifiers I didn't even consider, to be honest. So yes, you're right, Mike. The closed qualifiers is what I was referring to. But honestly, Boss have a lot of problems they need to solve right now. They had a couple of good individual performances. Actually, only one. It was Pone alone with the 3K. Outside of that, they won one round where it was the bonus round for Liquid, and then Pone alone's clutch. So they need way more than that, and Liquid were just having fun at the end.
I mean, the reality is they never had a chance to put the individuals in positions to succeed, right? Inferno can be a tough map, and it's clear that right now Boss is just not ready for it, not against a team like Liquid. We'll find out if they're going to be ready for Anubis, because this is the pick we were really interested in.
Yes.
Picking Anubis into this Liquid squad is a very interesting choice, and Boss is going to have to prove to us very quickly in this game that it's the right one when we come back from this break. You know, we weren't quite sure what Liquid we were going to get today after some of the disappointment yesterday, but I'd say they're a Liquid that's out for a bit of vengeance. They're out on a mission here, John, and they absolutely dismantled Boss on Inferno. Now we set our eyes on Anubis, and we got some questions about this pick here, John.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not the first time that Boss have opted to face off against Liquid on Anubis. Let's not forget they actually did face off against them at IEM Chengdu in the closed qualifiers, and they lost that one 5-13. So things didn't exactly go their way there. Maybe, like you said, tons of tape on this map available. They reviewed it and said, look, we got a plan. We're going to go up against Liquid, and we're going to try and execute it as best as we can. I don't know how much we're going to see, as I think we're going to jump into the game very shortly, but it's going to be tough no matter what.
Yeah, to say the least. And look, you can't afford these slow starts that we've been getting. Oh, I love that Lego block. Needs to get me one of those. Cadian will be putting the bricks together in this one early on, piece by piece. Putting them on the bricks. Or on the ice, as the case may be. Freshy. He's able to hold on to E-Box for the moment, but not for long. A pogo sticking. Yekindar proves too tough for him to handle. And this pistol round, well, it seems like it's got a little bit of a heavy lean towards Liquid.
Just a touch. Just a touch.
Just a smidge.
Artie's got this, though. He's got one. He's going to get a second on NAF, right?
Is wrapping around the world. Cadian's very far gone from this. Skulls has to hang on. There's no kit. And Skulls will not hesitate. The backbone of this team, ironically, since he's named Skulls. But make sure that things don't get out of hand, as his teammates may be a little overeager for the contact.
So when you think of a skull, you think of the spine attached to it? Is that...
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's ironic. Okay. He's named after a different piece of the skeletal structure.
Would that be ironic? Sorry, I'm trying to... I'm questioning.
I'm just being challenged here.
Like, yeah.
He's, I don't know. Hey, what would you call it, John? What would you call it?
I don't know. I wouldn't call it anything. I don't know, Mike.
Everyone's just looking to poke holes in the situation, and they got no solutions. This is the problem with society. We live in a society, and Pwn alone lives in a society of Mag 7s. Oh, but they're ready. They're ready. They know who they're playing right now. And Pwn alone gonna be mowed on down. The nades softened him up, basted him like a turkey. And now he's been roasted. And this round is done. Stick a fork in it. The skin is crispy, John.
Indeed.
It's ready for dinner.
Freshie and Brett. Oh.
Well, I think we know how that round was going to go. I don't think we need to watch it to know how that round was going to go. But just a little casual crash there, as we should be back in. Look, Liquid starting off much the way we expected, right? The way that they ended on Inferno. This is a team that's feeling the momentum right now, and Boss are struggling to slow them down. And it's similar to what we saw yesterday against Nouns, but there's maybe even a little bit more, shall we say, skin in the game for Liquid now, as they look to prove that yesterday was a little bit of a fluke and aberration. And for Liquid, reminder, they didn't make it through the IEM Chengdu spot. The chances at events this year are fallen by the wayside. The showdown's going to be tough. I mean, it's you gotta get some lands here.
Oh yeah,
you gotta get some lands if you're Liquid. And IEM Dallas on home soil in front of the NA crowd. That's a big one for the org.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, there's only so much you can accomplish online, right? You need, like you said, that LAN experience to actually test your mettle against the toughest teams that are out there. And IEM Dallas is no exception to being an extreme challenge for these teams. And Liquid wants to get there. Naf going to find Freshie immediately, and well, this is already over. It doesn't really matter. Boss just had the pistols. Pwn loaned the last one, 20 HP, no chance at all, and that's going to do it. 3-0 in favor of Liquid. And again, this is a map that Liquid like to play on, and we're not really expecting anything out of the ordinary, to be honest with you. Boss might have something up their sleeves. We'll see, but it's going to be really tough for them, especially after that first map performance.
Yeah. You know, most decidedly. It is an uphill climb. It is an uphill battle at this point. And for Liquid, just doubling down on the importance of it. If I'm not mistaken, this would be the first time Liquid would miss IEM Dallas in, I think, like 7 years. Something ridiculous like that. So, can't be done. Can't be letting that happen. Not for the first foray on North American soil for this new, very exciting roster. There's a lot of motivation for them here, shall we say. You fact-checking me on this, John?
No. We're good, Mike.
All right. All right. All right. Thought you were opening the Liquipedia links here.
No.
Getting ready for it. Liquid waiting for these smokes to fade, waiting for contact here. This pretty clearly looks like it's going to finish B. And here comes the hit. They have abandoned all the mid presence. On they go. Op strikes on the first. So nicely done from Pwn alone, but he is traded and twists. Will double up. Oh, no. Even when they win that first fight, it's just an insta-delete on the rest. Already Montana left to clutch his rifle and pray that he survives, but that is a shutdown, a beatdown, a brutalizing of poor Boss's B defense. You had the numbers on. You win the opening fight. You got 3 bodies there and a 4th rotating. What can they do, John?
I mean, something better than that. I'll tell you that. I mean, honestly, it's tough because when you're on CT side, you don't typically buy the head armor because you're going up against AKs. Doesn't make a difference anyway. But against a MAC-10, it could have been a difference maker, and instead, without the head armor, it melts them. They didn't expect the MAC-10 to be there, but why not? I mean, Liquid had it available to them, so let's carry it forward. And that is just catastrophic for them. And the fact that they couldn't isolate it either is another problem. So many mistakes happening in that round for Boss. I mean, it's hard to focus on any particular one. Liquid are going to cruise along here, though. Timeout called by Boss to talk things over. They know things have not trended in their direction at all. The critical rounds they need to win to find some momentum are falling by the wayside in significant fashion. What else do you do? What can you do against this type of onslaught?
You do the old classic. You shoot harder.
You hold your mouse button down harder.
Yeah, clench.
It helps you get kills.
Clench that mouse.
Yeah.
Let's see, Cadian taking the space. He's got a teammate with him. Starting with a pistol on the other side, jiggling with utility. Whoa, there's 3 players here, and they're lined up. Cadian, the transfer on the last not going to be there, but happy to get traded out because that's the sight over and done, and the round along with it. They hit the stacked site, they hit the danger number, and they just didn't care.
This is the Liquid you want to see if you're a Liquid fan, no question. Confidence, overloading with numbers onto a site that's already stacked and not really being fussed at all. And not to mention, Cadian, he's at the top of the scoreboard. Hasn't been there for quite some time. He's got 7 frags and had the 2 openers, one of the 2 openers anyway, in the round.
Got to be feeling good about that one.
Yeah.
Nice little confidence builder. Maybe a little less focused on, the calling. Letting it flow to him a little bit more. That's what they're hoping to see. 5-0 the scoreline. And for Boss, I mean, this might be another game of triage. We've seen so many of these where it's like, okay, it's already a bad score. How much can we get back before this half switch comes in? Right? Like, they've been playing from behind in every single one of their games. It's just not a winning formula.
I think that was oftentimes the case throughout their run in the ECL playoffs. And I believe I criticized them for it back then, but they were still managed to find ways to win. So, it was fine in that case, but that's not, like you said, long-term a path to success. Pwn alone finding openers is a path to success, though, as he takes down Naf. Makes it a 5v4. Naf actually a little slower out of the gate in this map. One of his slowest starts throughout this close qualifier, but that doesn't matter because Team Liquid are up 5-0. Frags are going to come from someone in that case, and that someone is Skulls here. Freshie gets the trade, but Paul alone finds one as well, Mike.
Here we go. Twist, trying to pressure on. That's a little aggressive. Yekindar, though, with the space. Now he has Ponalone painted into a corner. Flashbang to slow this down. Could just win it with the molly, but chooses to fight, and Ponalone read that like a book. Massive play from the Operon site, giving them something they can take forward. But it can't just be expecting Ponalone to deliver you a 4-piece every round. So they'll thank their lucky stars, but it's time to get right back to work on solving this one.
I would continue pushing Ponalone into situations where he can find quick opening frags, though, because you have to try and disrupt that rhythm for Liquid at the beginning and try to find that space early. Otherwise, they're just going to walk all over you every single time on Anubis. Darty, trying to do exactly that. He's just jiggle peeking with his knife out. Now Nade flies out. Cadian's going to take some damage. It's not too bad. He can keep that space regardless, but he chooses to fall back for now. 3 players rotating around, and 1, I think, in water. Yeah. That's Twists. He should be able to get the E-box.
Look at this fade in mid. I don't know if Cryptic realizes there's a player in smoke. Have him dead to rights. He does indeed. The second kill in mid as well, and now the middle of this site is ripped open. There's no possibility for rotations. They could just cancel on the bomb, but do they realize there's a second push? They do indeed. Great awareness from Naf. And, well, it doesn't really matter where they want to go on the map now. It's just one freshie. No. Just one lonely freshie.
I mean, the round is over, and again, Liquid, you're letting them have space, letting them have time, and that's not the answer if you're boss. Yes, a couple of players did try to get aggressive out of B main, but not early enough, and not enough information gained. You need that early peek in order to see what's happening on Liquid's side and determine what your rotation should do. Anyway, 6-1 for Liquid. Boss, they've got the full loss bonus, but on CT side, it doesn't mean as much. Darty and Cryptic could go for a full-on buy-up. I'm not sure if they're going to call another timeout here. I mean, they've already used 1, and we're only 7 rounds in. Probably want to save those for later on, if there even is a later on at this point. And it will be at half by 3 pistols and MP9. The A1S for Darty. Smoke pop. Cadian watching, waiting. No one decides to show face, though. And again, Liquid. Oh, this could be a problem in A main. Skulls actually gets 1 before getting traded out. Now Brett is tapping away towards a Kinder. Kinder does manage to get away. No, he doesn't. Pwn alone chases him down. Twist finds the trade, but it's a 3v3.
I like the Canals Crunch. I like the Canals Crunch. You have to get aggressive to make Anubis CT side possible. Especially with a lesser weaponry, you got to do something to take some advantages. Problem is, look at Twist. Clearing at A main. Realizing they're not here. Katie could get caught from the window peak. That's he spots the 1. Spots the second. He's got the shot as well, and he knows where the last player is. So all good. That was the 1 danger. That was the 1 potential area where this gets out of whack. And it will not. Not at all.
Yeah. I think the important thing for Liquid here is on the rounds where they have those anti-ecos, they are showing a little bit of vulnerability, but the difference is that they're recovering quickly, they're keeping their composure, and they're not falling into the traps of trying to panic and just go for plays and go for frags.
Yeah, they've done a pretty good job of slowing things right down. Letting it develop around them, not really giving up the guns either, which is always nice.
Exactly.
If you don't wind up losing those.
I mean, the money tells the story, right?
Maybe Canal Peak. Yeah, the scoreline tells the story too.
Yeah, that too.
There's a lot of stories. Well, there's really one story, and there's a lot of ways to tell it. And the story is that Liquid are absolutely dumpstering boss right now.
Yeah.
You can tell it through the money, the scoreline, the individual stat lines, just the vibes, you know. Vibes are good. That nade is going to be chunky. There's a second player here, but it's okay. The attempt from Brett, Cadian holding it, the diligence. I mean, they know right now that there's going to be a degree of desperation out from boss. You can feel it. Well, the bog does have to be retrieved. But actually, I wonder what that calm was, because it looked like Skulls was going to go around to get it. And they've actually communicated back to him, no, don't. We want to take their guns. So hold on to your position. Make sure they can't slip A main. Well, we're going to get more spread around the map. This is an interesting call from Liquid, because they are giving up some potential space on the B site, but they're counting on the fact that Boss are already saving, which they're correct about. And now they've got far better positioning for this hunt.
Yeah, that's some really intelligent mid-rounding call there by Cadian. Just saying, look, guys, we got to gain a little more space so that once the hunt is on, once the bomb is planted, we'll be in a better position than Boss will expect. And I mean, they're so close by now. The smoke is thrown out, so obviously Boss will be more aware now of A main. They still have that Molotov available to them, so they'll toss it immediately. And now they readjust themselves, but let's not forget, the pincer attack is on. Boss are going to have their hands full and be tilting their heads in all directions to try and get frags. Here comes the Liquid push. Cryptic going to be tested here. Yekindar looking for it. Yekindar gets one, Naf the other, and it's just Pwn Lone left, who's just tucking tail, trying to get away from here, and I think he will, maybe. Oh my goodness. Yeesh. Barely surviving.
Whew. Squeaker there. But the op will live. The op survives. It's about the only thing that lives here. And I mean, oh man, looking at this for Boss, you've again got two players who are 9 rounds into a game without a kill, which is just abysmal. And at this point, I mean, they could do, if they can get back to like a 9-3 like they did on Inferno, at least gives a glimmer of a hope that they might be able to do something here. But the way they're losing these rounds, it doesn't feel like a possibility.
They actually only had 2 more.
Naf, you're right. You're absolutely right. Actually gonna get checked by that B main aggression, so I liked it to being a little bit more dynamic, that they're getting something going. That might be in trouble as well. There's utility to make his life uncomfortable. They know they've got him painted into a corner, but in the meantime, they're just gonna leave him here and let him work, let him cook, while they make their intentions clear towards A. Pwn Lone, very fortunate not to get caught on that one. The spacing looked rough. Pwn Lone goes to the sidearm?
Really? No, he went for an MP9.
The MP9 trying to just get out of that position, win that duel, but he can do no such thing, and now they're pulled towards B because they've lost the sight. And meanwhile, the ball's moving out, and Skulls is taking no prisoners. Freshly burning, no safe haven, and he knows it. And this will be a clean sweep. All the pieces off the board. The board flipped, thrown out the window, and Boss left scrabbling to pick it up.
They're just throwing Yekindar into the sights and saying, go frag. And Skull's the same, right? He gained all that space into B, and Yekindar had attracted the attention on the A site. And of course, they were trying to rotate, and Skulls just comes right on by and collects some skulls to his name. 9-1 in favor of Liquid, as they are looking to get into double digits even earlier than they did on Inferno. Flashbangs, util, everything flying through onto this B site. And Pwn Lone finds the opener. Skulls again, a 2K this time, the 3-piece. Darty Montana and Cryptic are peeking around. Darty's gone. Cryptic, the last one standing. He's towards the top mid, which is nowhere near Liquid. Maybe he gets one surprising twists.
At that point, it's just like saving a gun, and Twist is even looking for it.
Yeah.
Wondering where he could have gotten to. It goes from bad to worse here for Boss. Even their 1-round win was a tough spot with a 4K coming off of the up, right? It's just been... It's been a one-note story here.
Mm-hmm.
And that note is Liquid dominance. 5 P90s!
Oh, Liquid, stop it.
Oh, they're having a little fun with this one.
That is just brutally disrespectful.
Well, Boss have not forced them to respect them across 2 maps, so now Liquid are gonna bring the thunder. They ain't slowing down. They're through this Molotov. There's the first kill. Looking for more. Pressure on, and now Boss realize, oh God, they've got us here. Molotov's down, locked out of the site. It's gonna be a retake required. Nades to harass and make life difficult, and now tight to these choke points. These P90s are just gonna be a nightmare to actually get past. Here comes the swing. A little bit of a punish. Boss This round's still in doubt. That's a timely Molotov. There was a rifle. There's no world where they're getting past, but as it is, oh no, the nade's gonna finish Cryptic. He's alive. He's alive. They're burning in the molly. First one found. And the clutch is there. Cadian locks it down 11-1. A 5 P90 buy to finish as we head to the half.
Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on us. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on us. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take
We're back for at least 2 more rounds of Counter-Strike. 5 P90s to close. We had a Zeus in the second half pistol last time. You got anything interesting? No. Looks pretty vanilla for Liquid. Does that make it vanilla extract? You know, Liquid vanilla?
Are you trying to come up with some sort of products for them?
Well, vanilla extract is a thing, man. I don't have to come up with it.
I mean, are you saying like Liquid branded vanilla extract? Is that what I was
No. That's just if you take vanilla and you reduce it to a liquid form, it's vanilla extract, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm following you now.
Now you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah.
You know who's not picking up what anyone's putting down is Boss. They're getting put down
God.
more often than not. And at this point, they look like they're going into a stack. I don't know what. Freshie just popped a shot. That might have just been a keyboard press. Oh, Yekindar. Does he spot them? He's got one. He's got only one. He's got only one. All that flank. Not so effective. And Liquid stack actually not ideal here. Boss were clearly expecting some sort of aggressive move. Bomb. Oh, Bomb gets caught. Freshie stops. Oh, it's pressed forward. Now it's a firing squad of USPs. You can't peek back into that, Darty. Oh, no. They have to wait. I mean, surely they're going to go for a flank. They're just going to fight this? They're just going to fight this. You've got 40 seconds. There's not that much time left. And they're just going to brawl into the canals up against the USPs. And it is going to go to expectation. Actually, down to
Cryptic
the
got
clutch.
you there. Yeah.
Nice shooting from Cryptic. But a pistol round win is a pistol round win. Now we got one more. Potentially all to go.
Yeah, I know bomb plant though for Boss. It's already 12-1. They have to win 11 in a row to push it to overtime. Yeah, that's not looking pretty. 4 Tech 9s and the Mac 10 available to them. 3 MP9s, the FAMAS, and the A1S for Liquid. They should be able to close this out rather quickly, but we never know. Boss, maybe some sort of heroic effort, individual play, keep them in it. In the second round, they can start building up.
I like this rosy scenario you're painting.
Oh, you gotta try.
You gotta try. Skulls is gonna try and end that rosy scenario. He doesn't like roses. More of a concrete guy. I don't know. A little bit of a mess on site. It falls to Darty in the clutch. Cadian painting a circle around him, but eventually that circle closes in 13-1. The scoreline. Liquid dominating here in this best of 3. This was a best of 3 reminder. It took an hour and 10 minutes, just about, maybe slightly more, for 2 maps, as Liquid have just rolled up Boss, crumpled them up, tossed them aside.
Not much to analyze there, Mike, honestly. It was a complete dumpster fire in favor of Liquid. I mean, they destroyed Boss. Only 3 rounds won, and 2 of them were thanks to Pone alone. You need everyone firing on all cylinders if you're going to have even a chance at coming out with a victory against a team like Liquid, and Boss only had 1 player who really showed up in this BO3. It's a shame because they played pretty well yesterday against Wildcard, and even against Nouns there were some spots of brilliance, and here it just not good. I'm still questioning, honestly, the pick of Anubis, because that's a tough one to go up against Liquid on, and especially since you left Inferno available and they picked right into that as a punish pick. Yeah, this kind of went the way we expected in every single way.
Yeah, it seems to have. Definitely some more growing to do from that young roster, but it's time to set our eyes forward, because there is one more match to send one of these teams through to IEM Dallas, and it's going to be a rematch as well. It'll be Liquid versus Nouns in a while. Let's say 2 hours and 45 minutes when we come back from this break.
what you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loud without a sound, and I will rise, rise, and I will fly, fly. Rise,
And now Tapson nipping at the heels, trying to get in behind the flash. It's so good for Santarin. 3 kills from Tapson. He goes back in for a 4K, and Tapson finds them all.
But with the USP, 10 seconds. Oh my god, they just have to kill him. Oh, no! Truly don't believe it!
Where he is right now is Veto. He's been sick so far, and this tournament once again, he's gone sicko mode with a double kill.
Device looking to come up clutch here. And Mac is the first, a second as well. Just the third is all onto Haji now. Slow clear. Device isn't anticipating this. He's just in time. NIP given a gift. He's Perfecto all on his shoulders. And just too many men. He's the first cleanly had. Nexus is next victim, and oh dear. Perfecto stepping well above the expectations. Amanek loud about this, stampeding in. And the spray is there. 1 versus 3.
That's what he needs. That's what he needs from the players around him there. Perfecto stepping up in a big way.
Come, enters, does, catch 1, 2, and 3, counts up for us. Bubsky partnered up nicely with Magisk, and the frags come easy again. Dastardly Dane in pit, maybe there's some more to be said. Oh, and with the USP is their favorite weapon, it seems. Simple, I've seen this before. A 1v2 as he plants with low HP. I don't think Zipex is going to allow it. Bullets are in. He's found himself a weapon. He knows where they both are. Eagle equipped. Knocks the head off of the shoulders of Zipex. Mantles out.
Oh my god!
Clutch. Simple.
Perfecto and Simple is still alive, but the trades should just come in, right? It is Simple. Oh, getting 1. He doesn't know where the second player is. Vitality are doing a good job of wasting time, and yet still, Simple comes in. Both the kills found.
Simple, 1v3 in the bomb ticking. This is his environment. This is his dream, looking for another chance. He just doesn't miss. Amanek through the doors. Closing the gap is Nexa. Dancing with him, and it just looks so good.
Here they come straight towards the B side.
Obsky's not going to get checked, and he's going to get 2 before Simple connects. Simple rock hard place. Great shot, just Magisk. Just the tip of his head. He spotted out. Simple's doing it all. Some great shots to start him off. Oh, he's such a nerd. Simple with 4, looking for an ace clutch. And Simple collects. Magnificent play from the world's best.
Nice!
Simple to break the record. No one has found 4 aces at a tournament like this, and here it comes, a record breaker from Simple. He takes all 5.
Bubsky. He's not going to recover that second kill. Rez will trade, but Grim still stands in beam with the pistol. Oh my god! He's willing to risk it all on this deep angle, and it's given that first kill over. So now someone else has got to make up for this. Magisk and Dupree might just be those men as they come in with a few kills apiece. Twist takes matters into his own hands, and suddenly FaZe Clan might be on their way to their first and only T-side round.
Six, 7 years ago, we had as many people watching the streams as we have right now inside the stadium.
A dream for every gamer in the world to come here and play in front of you.
The atmosphere is electric. One of those goosebump moments. The nerd chills were definitely out in full force.
This is a moment that every player, every caster, every fan dreams of.
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship!
Hero is able to make the recovery! What on earth is going on? He needs to make another building! Oh my god! Ult! He had the money to make another building!
He absolutely played his heart out. You could see how drained he was. We know absolutely what he can do, but I think all of us had no idea that he could win that fourth map.
Who's going home with nothing, and who's going home with $100,000? The champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship is SOS!
A gigantic stadium full of people just to watch League of Legends.
They made history here last year, and they're back this year, and they want to win it all.
Good timbers from Edward. Diamond comes around the backside. Requiem's going to come out there. Cyclone only landing on Edward. Little rotation coming out for Cloud9 with that inner turret going as well. In fact, Ai's going to dive in there on towards Dinter, and that is the kill. He picks up Edward, but he's going to go down. Piercing arrow goes through two of them.
I don't know if you guys can feel it at home, but I think you can. The crowd is absolutely amazing because today we have the finals of our League of Legends tournament. They didn't drop a single game the entire tournament.
The KT Bullets are the Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Katowice, you are amazing.
This on the final day promises to be nothing short of spectacular.
Virtus Pro, they had to qualify for this tournament and they make it here to the grand final against NIP, some Swedish legend.
What's next? He's walking around and just walking in a stacked Wonderland. He gets himself a hat-trick of red. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your EMS1 Katowice champions, Virtus Pro!
there is a certain magic here, a magic you can't really replicate, the kind of magic that gives you, the viewers and the players, a chill on their spine. And it is you who made it a dream for all those gamers to walk down this catwalk and lift the trophy.
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship.
The crowd is wild, the teams are ready. We're ready for the League of Legends here in Katowice.
Can they get him with some CC? They already get the flash. He's going to try the aqua pivot, but that's first blood for Cloud9 Bulls.
They're feeling very confident. They want to prove themselves.
It's the magic of the Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice.
The Nexus turret's already down here, and SK Gaming are going to finish up the victory.
Gambit Gaming taking on CJ Antis. Wow, Ambition doesn't check it. They're going to turn. There's the Timbers Ambition.
It's time for the World Championship Finals of League of Legends.
We'll find out who our League of Legends Intel Extreme Masters champion is. Will it be Team World Elite or Team Solo Mid?
Let the battle begin!
It's a team that has been always really good at team fighting.
He's still alive to get himself the double, and there is another one!
Whoa, he got out!
Sanctorium picks up the Rampage, Mystic and Spirit both low on the backside as well. They are going to push straight through. There's the surrender. Team Solo Mid are the Intel Extreme Masters World Champions.
Live from Katowice, Poland, it's time for the Intel Extreme Masters Season 9 World Championships for StarCraft 2. 16 players have gathered here to fight for over $170,000 in prize pool and 1,500 WCS points to go to first place.
It is time! Are you ready? The World Championship is about to begin. In fact, it already has. This PvP.
But he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win! GG! Your test is the Intel Extreme Masters 2015 StarCraft 2 World Champion!
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
The world's best Counter-Strike players are now on stage.
I have been casting major events for 10 years. My heart rate has never been this high.
Just hold steady. I don't think he's going to turn this one around. Who will lie?
Running out of patience. Oh, wow! There it is, unreal! And he goes down as well. 3 kills.
This is NIP looking to win this one and go through to the finals.
Today, we will make history as we crown our first double major champion.
Counter-Strike is back on top the pyramid of esports, and GetRight is in the form of his life. Simply unplayable.
Oh, what a nice shot.
There you do it! Ladies and gentlemen, your ESL 1 Katowice champions are Fnatic!
History has been made, records have been broken, and all round an incredible major to be a part of.
beyond esports by now. It's more than esports. It's not just a competition. It's the competition.
This right now in the Spodek Arena is a moment that not just me, every player, every caster waits for the entire season long.
Control rooms, over 50 cameras installed, 15 kilometers of fiber to connect all different venues together. It was quite a challenge.
Really focused on trying to create a platform so that gaming professionals can come and compete and drive that excitement, the enthusiasm, the energy, and just provide the best experience for the competitors and for the fans around the world.
Katowice, for me, and not just me, but the StarCraft scene is a very special tournament for us. It's the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship. We always look forward to it.
With 6 Korean names on the trophy, 2 European players set their sights on stopping number 7 from happening as thousands of gaming fans looked on.
A lot of the units going down here for Nurgio. Meanwhile, Pulse is not finished here.
A historic feat was not on the cards for hometown favorite Nurgio, as he could not get past Polt, the world's 4th highest earner in StarCraft. The Norwegian snoot would have to play out of his skin to overcome Hydra, one of the best players of 2015.
Look at how many upgraded units here Snoot has. He's going to push the issue now.
And the ultras are just not enough in number here from Hydra. Snoot is going to take game number 3 here.
To the surprise of many, the Team Liquid player delivered the performance to put himself a step away from something historic. And in the way was Polt with plans of his own. In the end, it was not meant to be.
He's going to try to move forward. The vials do hit the army, but the Broodlords are being taken down by the Liberators and the Vikings. Pressing forward, there are 4 Broodlords left, just 3 now, and the army continues to advance. Snoot's forces are crumbling.
Polt was in a league of his own the whole week, and with a 4-2 score in the final, rightfully earned his place in Intel Extreme Masters history.
Let's meet some fans, yay!
Katowice for me is a congregation of people that share exactly what I love, and there's 11,000 of them, and that's what makes this place so special for me.
So apparently one of the casters is feeling a little sick, so we're going to go up there and help him out, all right? Follow me. See you again. You're going to be the second team to come, all right?
The job's done. I don't know what you guys are all worried about.
Bad thing, isn't it?
Having impressed on day 1, a dominant SK Telecom T1 took to the stage. With grim determination, Team Solo Mid prepared for their toughest challenge yet.
Just about in time. Can he get another step? No, he can't. But the rest of the TSM
Nice
are now
kick.
here.
Wow, yeah.
Svenskeren with a great kick, but the question is, have they got the damage follow-up? Double left arrives, tries to catch on towards flank. He manages to kite the damage beautifully, and Faker arrives.
SK Telecom T1 were frighteningly efficient. The doubters had been silenced and the North Americans had been sent home. Royal Never Give Up had breezed through the group stages earlier, but Fnatic, the final hope of Europe, stood in their way.
But now from even coming forward, Marta falls. Whoosh might not be far behind as well. Giant growth was used.
With the crowd behind them, Fnatic broke RNG in the 3rd game to cement their place in the finals. Fnatic would come out swinging, but SKT seemed ready for anything.
Anyway, round this one, can they get themselves a kill? There's going to be one. Reckless goes down. The second is for Viven. And now Bang continues on 3. Surrender, ladies and gentlemen. Well, there you have it. The Intel Extreme Masters World Champions are going to be SK Telecom T1. A dominant 3-0 performance.
I mean, especially just the way when you first stand on the stairs,
you kind of just get a glimpse, and everything seems so far away. All the fans seem so far away. And then as soon as you walk down to the stairs, it just opens up, the lights are on. And it really gives you a new feeling about how big it really is. I mean, I'm sure like the fans feel it in a different way because they're sitting looking at the stage. But to stand in the middle of it all and to see everyone and all the lights and all the players, it's breathtaking, really.
It's a special event. It's really a special event. It doesn't matter what prize money it is. It matters that it's the audience, this atmosphere, this venue, this feeling, this rush that they have from playing.
Years of tradition rekindled. It was the return of Counter-Strike to the Intel Extreme Masters stage, with double champions Na'Vi facing Luminosity in the semi-final.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take it flaming. Oh, Fallen! Stop blowing my mind!
After what was one of the best CS:GO matches ever seen, the Brazilians came out on top. On the other side of the bracket, Fnatic fought to have their name carved into the trophy once again. Astralis, however, would not go out without a fight.
Because he can't commit too much. There he goes. He gets the first one. Now he has to plant this bomb here. Actually, he pulls the fake. The mind games and he wins it!
A grueling 3 maps put the Swedes in the final against Luminosity. If the Brazilians wanted to prove themselves, they could not have found a better opponent in Fnatic. They put in a very strong performance, and somehow they were still outdone by the indomitable Swedes.
Phoenix in the pit. He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb. It can't be planted inside. Phoenix has to stay up. He gets the triple at Phoenix. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. It's miles away from this action. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh!
After a 6-year wait, Fnatic reclaimed the Intel Extreme Masters trophy.
And I tell you partly why I'm tired. Partly because when you do this job, you feed off the emotion that's in the room. Yep. And that last match, there was a lot of emotion going on. I mean, fair enough, VP got schooled. I mean, you could tell that they just didn't want to play at the end. And now there's that emotional lull with the audience. You sort of get dragged along with it.
It's time for the quarterfinals, and it's Immortals versus North.
The wall starts to raise in the middle, Matthew. It's going to be an excellent game, and we talked about the clash of styles.
take it further than last year. They went 3 maps with Na'Vi. They go 3 and they outlast North.
We're made of flesh, circuit, and bone. The only world we've known. These empty streets, we walk alone. Salvation blocking out the sun. Beneath its shadow cast, I dream with my feeling none. I go, take flight, dreams begin to reignite. So clear, so bright, glowing in the dead of night. Plug in, online, the data stream linking our minds. Circuits entwined, dream of me,
Na'Vi's tournament life resting on these next couple of seconds. The bullets fly, and there it is. Astralis make their way to the semi-finals, and with this win, have the pen in hand to write the next chapter of their history.
Five different nationalities. They went unfazed in their group and now in the semi-final. And Immortals. Can they continue to surprise is the question.
They've got a pretty decent defense set up for this.
Yeah, Alu's got to be the one to pinpoint this one down. No, FNX is going to do it. And so far, Immortals dominate B, and it is theirs. Bomb's going to go down any second now. Keo, you have not got a hope in hell. Nico is there instantly in support. Henny, 1v2.
This would be a huge round for Immortals to win. The Molotov spreads.
And Kerrigan, you got to be frustrated.
Spots him, there's 1 kill.
FaZe are unrelenting, and as is Nico.
Gonna try and catch him off guard with this off angle, and he does. 4 for him. Beautiful round. All of a sudden, this is a 1-on-2. There's 1 minute left, and he's got the bomb as well.
Where will he be? Keo! He has nothing, he only picked up the rifle, and oh!
Kerrigan shuts down Lucas. These Deagles have done so much work. He goes a 1-man army. No one looking his way. The bomb's going down. There's 1. There's 2. He's got it. The spin around from Henny.
FNX will get out. He does get Kerrigan down, but it should be kept in check. And here we go. Keo putting on a show again.
4 kills. He's playing supremely confident.
He can do this now for his side to secure his team into the finals. Chasing down Lucas, and he does it! FaZe make it to the finals here at IEM Katowice. A huge performance from them, looking exceptional.
We get ready to roll in what is our second semi-final.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic versus Astralis. He'll be going toward that lower ramp trying to find his first pick, and Veto will be waiting for him.
What a shot, immediate response from Device. Jump down right away to find the angle towards the connector, and Nico stays alive above. Nico rains down from above. Device wants it, jumps across, nice, no scope, looks for the other. Device! How sick is that? Yuki's still up and now down, and Zipix again finds all 3.
Zipix trying to get the first frag, and he opens things up in style as well. Takes down Modi.
Now knows he's behind him. He's going to swing around. Snappy's been tagged as well. All in the hands of Zipix. Door shut. They know he's close. No scope. Nails 1. Yuki does respond. No chance for 2.
Somehow Heroic are keeping themselves alive here in the semi-final.
As they push through radio, it's Kirby. They're ready and waiting for 1 kill of the 2 they have. Device has the other. Nico, though, does try to push back through. That should be the game. That should be the series. Debris closes it. Mulder goes down.
The aggressive reaction from the CTs there, not meant to be.
And Astralis will book a date with their former in-game leader, Kerrigan. FaZe waits, and I'm sure they'll be licking their lips.
This, one of the biggest esports events in the world, has toured the planet.
These are those moments I don't think anybody on that stage is going to forget.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, the Intel Extreme Masters Grand Final.
It's going to be Kiabi that pushes up inside of middle. Smoke to go down inside of Z, gives him the wraparound. He's going to go aggressive, so it keeps Rain's attention this direction. They set for a crossfire, but Alu going down and pulls Bayrain back. Alu manages 2 as he gets through the smoke, but he's found by Xyp9x, who gets 2 in return himself, and it leaves it to just Kerrigan in a 1 versus 3.
He still fancies this. He's managed to pick up a kid as well. This is possible for him. 2 players to find.
He's got to be very fast at this point. Spots the first. He's going to hold this. Absolutely. He's going to hold 2 seconds. Oh, he gets off it. And he knows his old teammates. He knows them well. Xyp9x with the Tech 9, pulling back to a 3 versus 3, but Kio's getting closer. Molotov's going to make sure they can't push through the smoke, and Glaive wants to take the fight. 1 versus 3, bomb still down, jumps through! Oh, Glaive! So close, but FaZe go up 1-0 to start off the best-of-5 finals on their map. Now the attack is on to B, and Xyp9x will fall back inside a pit instead, but Flash comes through, and Kio's able to get 1 before blinded off, spots another, device goes down, bombs dropped on the ramp, he'll swing wide, and it's Xyp9x to drop.
Kiyoshima with no kit, he has to go for it. Starts to walk towards the bomb site, device is not aware.
Good shot. Kio slips in, and he gets both! Silence is everything, and every single clutch is going the way of FaZe. Dupree could swing back in that direction. Flash thought works though. Limited vision, limited weapons. Doesn't even matter. Dupree! Oh, the 4th as well. He's looking for the ace. The first ace from anyone on Astralis, and now they're getting pumped. Has to change all of this. Is leaving Dupree entirely 1 versus 3.
What a shot that is.
That is so amazing, Dupree! He sells that he's gone to decon, goes back in. He's got 2 and he knows exactly where Nico is, and he nails it! Holy hell, Dupree! That clutch is so unlikely, yet he pulls it off.
So sick. Such an intense moment here. If Astralis pick this map up, they've done it. They take the series 3-1. Oh my god, Kiyoshima gets his head blown off. It's Glaive to open up the bomb site here. And he gets the double as well, make it a triple. That's going to be round done and dusted. FaZe backs to the wall.
What a shot out. He continues to get aggressive inside of middle, makes it pay off very fast. He's coming alive.
Smoke will be deployed as well. That's going to be a thorn on that side. And another great shot from Alu. Hits the 4th as well, looking for the ace. Alu delivers in round number 15.
The skill that these guys have, and there you go. Kerrigan pulls back. He might be the difference maker. He's looking for his 3rd, and he's got that as well. Very impressive.
Device to strike first. Doesn't pull the trigger yet, but there it is. Takes out Kiyoshima.
So good from Device. Everyone in the world would have attempted to take that shot.
1 round will do it for Astralis.
Backs off. That brings Glaive in. Perfect bait. Switch, he finds 2. They've held him off, but Dupree gets Kiyoshima down. Nico's got to go on his own. He's got Xyp9x. It's going to get planted. Glaive and Dupree pushing up for Banana. All on the newest acquisition, and it's all done. Astralis win it. IEM champions, it's Astralis.
The players that are here, they all know what they are playing for. They all know that this stadium makes legends. So when all of us here grow older and our children grow older, we'll tell them about how it all began. We'll tell them a story about how modern Counter-Strike was born in this arena.
Every Counter-Strike fan starts to gather, whether it's at home on the sofa at the PC or here in the Spodek. We are the generation that has seen esports in its humble beginnings. You are the people who found esports, drove esports, and believed in it.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship 2018. Let's get it on!
Nico has been fantastic. Three with him looking for the ace. Headshots all over the place as Nico lights them up.
Skadoodle, your turn. And he's already got the first. He goes. Oh, hits Nico in the smoke as well. He doesn't know it, but he goes back out. He's got the slow. Oh my God, how fast is that? And his turn to stand up.
Now the spray has to come in. Nico gets two. Back and forth we go.
This is the way to play this. Him solo, and then sneaking out. FaZe finally closed the game. What a match.
Oh man, Katowice, this place gives me all the feels. Let's get it on. It's NIP taking on Team Liquid.
Instantly Naf responds in kind. That's three for him. Team Liquid really heating up here.
Naf again, he's stepped up so many times for Team Liquid, and he's done it all.
That's a good answer from Dennis, though. He is starting to come alive. Oh, the third as well for Dennis.
And this is it. This is Team Liquid suffocating NIP in this last round. There it is, 16-9, Team Liquid. They're gonna make their way to the semifinals of IEM Katowice.
We had people who were outside, minus 12 degrees, they were ready to get in here. It is now packed, it is sold out, wherever you might be in the world. Today is gonna be something special.
And the star-studded rosters are about to butt heads, lock horns.
The Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice never fails to deliver.
There's so much story on this stage between these players.
JW with the AWP, 3 kills on the ruins.
Oh, what a shot! The run boost through the smoke, and that might be it.
Grim's going to town with the M4A4. He finds 3.
And Fnatic will move on, 2-0 again.
This team seems to be getting better and better.
FaZe, they're gonna cinch a spot in the grand finals. Less Device, there's a chance here, a kit on Device, but no, too many bodies. And there it is, FaZe making it to the grand finals of IEM.
In the next 2, 3, 4 hours, however long it takes, somebody will take the long walk down this stage. They will come down here with their teammates. They will take a breath knowing the confetti is ready, knowing they're about to pick up this trophy, and then that is when they will be crowned the Intel Extreme Masters Champions 2018.
Bomb down, and Guardian's gonna go searching with the AWP. Wants to big truck early, and JW comes out just as he looks away, but look what Nico's done. He's gotten Crims and Flusha, and it's now down to a one-on-one. Nothing JW could do. FaZe hold on and take their 5th.
Good flashback. Could get a couple more out of this one. And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? This could be one of the best rounds of the entire tournament so far.
Guardian knows exactly where to look. Oh! He's got all 5. There he is. Good find from JW. They know where he is, but JW's quick.
His third in the round, it's Op versus Op, and Guardian's tapped. It doesn't matter, JW's earned it, and in incredible fashion.
Russia has sneaked in, but of course the bomb's so far away.
Oh, not only does he spot him, thank you very much.
No way, no way.
Line it up this. Not only that, he's caused a full rotation from Ivy. This would be a harsh reset on 14 rounds for Fnatic, and that smoke is tantalizing. Flusha! He's gonna clean out Connector.
That is one of the most impressive clutches you will ever see.
Flusha, he's not going to allow that easily. Gets it down to just Guardian, 17 HP. Forced off the angle, and Flusha's got us going the distance. But it's Flusha that can slide up. You said he needed another big one. He's got another big one. JW finally silenced, but it's just Guardian and Olaf. Just Olaf! And Olaf gets paid back by his old team. Fnatic has done it. And a legendary brand, a legendary team gets back on top. Walked this walk before, and for the third time, the first ever three-time champions at IEM, they'll grab the trophy. They've earned it. Fnatic are your IEM Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Champions 2018.
One of the most legendary arenas that esports has ever created. Delegates from around the world have met on this stage, on this common ground, with one goal and one mission. Only one team will come out victorious, or only one team will come out as the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 champions.
JW gonna go for more, and he's got it.
You have to stop them right now if you're 100 Thieves. If this keeps going, it's only going to get worse. Trips! Oh! He just swept the entire horizon with that AK-47.
JW now, he sees the shadow. There's the no-scope, and I think they're gonna do it! JW over the top!
Flusha low on health, JKS. He's got the creek. He needs to put it in. It's a headshot to take him down. Nice triple for JKS. This should not be a winnable round for him. He's so low already. JKS on the other side. One bullet will do. Oh!
No way!
90 to 16 trims. A godlike clutch.
This one is going to deliver. Let's get into the action. Na'Vi starting on the T side here.
He manages to get away, but Simple actually catching a bullet in the meantime. Electronics farming frags. Just perfecto and Simple. He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting a shot. He's hitting another one. Simple. No, Simple. That's unbelievable. Na'Vi are up to the semi-finals and they smash the curse.
Na'Vi have had the best player in the world for some time now, but they haven't had a team that he can believe, and that has definitely changed. This is their biggest test so far. Astralis are waiting.
This opens things up. And remember, Golden isn't playing this B bomb site. They might have thought that there'd be only one player here.
And it just continues. Coming. Oh no! How many does he have him in a round?
He's
saw him win one against Liquid versus 4. He's only got to find one and he's done it again.
Now, can he get the bomb plant? Kenny's on the one side there. That Krieg, I don't know if it's enough to buy them this round. He's so low on health. If they knew how low he was, they'd just be using the pistols. Hunter, they didn't check the corner, and a big double spray coming through on the Krieg. He turns 180.
Four Kriegs pulled out by the Astralis squad. Blamey! Ridiculous!
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters 2020 Katowice Grand Finals. It's time to see the two teams still standing tear each other apart for the first ESL Pro Tour Masters Championship.
Na'Vi has never won an IEM Katowice. Simple has never won an IEM Katowice. Today, they take that stage to change that fact.
Next are turning, he needs 2 more headshots. There's the one, the follow-up, and he gets it! A great triple here for the captain of G2. Will buy them a 9th round.
Victory, unlike anything the Spodek has seen before. What a beautiful story of young talent from the CIS region finally finding the right home in Na'Vi.
Jesus, that's big.
Oh, wow. That is quite something.
Can you imagine playing with that?
Oh, surely that's not enjoyable.
Now that's a good size.
Yeah.
Nice and small.
Maybe not small enough.
Ladies, I couldn't help it over here. I think I may have exactly what you need.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and show us?
Sure. I'll send it over. I call it the White Hammer.
Oh my god.
What the fuck, dude?
You're so disgusting.
What?
Who plays with a white crosshair?
Terrible visibility.
Let's play later. I'll show you.
I ain't going anywhere near that thing.
Katowice! We are back! 3 years since we were here in this, what I think is the beating heart of all esports, and man, what name is going to be scratched on this by the time we get to Sunday? Well, that journey, my friends, starts now.
And James just looks locked in. The quick scope into Hunter. A frag onto the feet of Nico. Modesty close proximity, but it's ended. 2v5 between Alexi and Modesty. Alexi alleviates a little bit of pressure from G2. A 2 versus 5 turned into the 2v2. No way! It's only split left over. What? That is ridiculous! It's G2 just going to the fight. They're going to end it here and now. And G2 in Katowice defeat VP.
Everyone has been waiting for today. From quarantine to quarterfinals, it's FaZe Clan taking on Gambit. There's the shot. Robs has found 2. This is a 1-on-4. Oh no! And Robs might just knock them all down.
A 1v4 that Robs is looking to get over the line to take this map away from Gambit. Axel up through the window. Robs has heard something. Robs knows. Oh, there's the closer. Robs, what a way to lock in Dust 2. Robs ain't playing around. Gambit, this is very slow. This is very labored. This is wasting a lot of time. And Brokey's on for the ace. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. But there's the 5th. And they go hunting. They look to send a message. Everybody falls. Gambit, their journey ends here. But this FaZe squad, oh, it's just beginning.
It's been 3 years and we are back. Simple is synonymous with Spodek, but today he goes against a young talent that could shut him down.
Here we go, Simple. Run boost. Oh, baby, he wants to get aggressive. He's got it.
Absolutely what you'd expect to see from Simple on this stage. This is still dangerous. This is Navi again going toward a stack, and it's been completely removed. Absolutely obliterated.
How much does Modesty want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? On Catwalk, finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for Modesty now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Modesty's aim gone. What is man? Oh, the Shepherd staff takes down the GOAT. It's all on to Boomage. 1 versus 2. Big man's got moves. Boomage has clutched one back already in this game. Starts it off well. Nico's the one that killed Simple. Surely he has to be aware that he was up toward the position, and he certainly is. Calm, composed, and Boomage will make it 12-12. Nico has to reload. Simple's got an AK pick. No! It's the headshot instead! And Navi removed, erased, and it's G2O has now find their way toward the final.
By the end of today, we'll be sending one of these teams to the grand finals. Whether you're a FaZe fan, a Heroic fan, we're all fans of the beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. He's already on the scene. This guy doesn't like to hang around. He wants to play into it here and now. And there's the first. Oh, swinging out. He's seen another. Brokey. This isn't even a clutch, but he's doing it all alone. Incredible.
Brokey needs to capitalize. He needs them all, and they're collapsing upon him. They don't clear the corner. Brokey lines up a double. And 5. This might be the end of the Danes on the big stage.
Another clutch to close it, and this time it sends them to the grand finals.
We bring out 2 teams
Two teams that have never won here. Two players leading them who have never won here. They've tasted disappointment on this stage. Today, that changes.
FaZe does just enough to stay alive. 7 more in a row for FaZe to force overtime. Fast pace towards Banana. The play has been called. Hunter's going to turn that corner. JKS has got him. Huddled behind. Another flashbang from Kerrigan. Utility starting to be impactful. JKS starting to be impactful. 1 round left.
Is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. But Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about a custodian. Talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rops is on a rope. It's over as FaZe somehow turn this back.
G2, they're going to find a way to reset, and it's going to be the hardest reset of their careers.
Twist trying to use the gap to see through spots. Sees him. Easy find to the kill. Looks down. Hunter not looking the right way. Twist has both. Monacy comes straight back into the picture, and it's Kerrigan that has to hold it. He can't. Monacy's got overtime. How are we doing this again? How are we going the distance once more?
Hunter and Monacy. It's them against the world.
Hunter flashes in his favor. He's got 3. Oh my, he's absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it Rops gets shut out by Monacy in the end. JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Monacy back in the corner. And this is absolutely doable now. Quick tap, falls off, and he falls the wrong way, so as not to be spotted. Alexi Beaches waits it out, but JKS has it. Does he have the time, though? It's going to be so close. FaZe have won map 2, and they'll go up 2-0 in this series.
That is unbelievable. The standard. What can this man not do for FaZe? Catwalk, there's no other options for G2.
Oh, they lined up. That's going to drop them down. It's all on Hunter. FaZe, finally. Kerrigan gets redemption. They've lost twice on this stage, 2017, 2018. The king of Counter-Strike, the man who led FaZe. Chances taken by so many players, so many gambles on this team, but it's finally paid off. The Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice champions, FaZe Clan in 2022.
Lanxess Arena, finally. 3 years since the last one. Our Colosseum lay dormant until today. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike awaits a new champion.
Let's get it on!
Talk big, but I ramble none. Old school, but in my prime like Amazon. Gold belt on my shoulders like a champion. Still running the game, you started cramping on. Hoping that I'm losing a step. This ain't much you can help. Yo, they call me a zombie, cause I do this to death. Can't take nothing from me, man, I'm constantly hungry. At my best round comfy, like a sofa that's lumpy.
This cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans. Are you ready?
Finds a flash, turns it nicely. It's Blame on the swing, and Dexter is handling business. 4 from Dexter. It could be 5. That is sensational. Needs help now, and it's 1 and done. Farley quick on the draw with the oh yes, that's it. Blame and Astralis roar into action in a 3-man affair.
This a runaway train, unstoppable. Started from the bottom in the grain. Won't quit, it's like it's wired in my brain. This is something that I never will explain. Right up in their face where I'm supposed to be. Face like a rosary. Stay up on the line so the skies feel close to me. Cameras are surprised when I realize they close to me. Back with a vengeance, no limits, no jokes to me.
It's going to be Neff trying to get the job done, and instead, it's Movistar riding Spanish Counter-Strike into the history books right here tonight.
We have 4 teams trying to win, to get a place on the stage tomorrow, to take a little notch of history.
And now it's down to that last MP9 on Twist. 14 seconds, so Damage has a tough choice to make. Do you hunt him? The AK comes out just in time. Twist fighting it. Oh my God! Twist is ready, and it's a 1-tap! They win the opening map in an absolutely ridiculous clutch. Kerrigan up on the high ground, he takes down 1, nearly hit the bullet. Goes straight for the bomb plant. Sunpayer's on his own, going to be found by Kerrigan, and FaZe will smite Movistar and get to the grand final.
Against the odds, Na'Vi face down Astralis and walk away the victors.
They have taken down the juggernaut. Nobody thought Astralis would be dropped out of the semis. This is a different Na'Vi than we're used to.
Na'Vi
Astralis, but the script has changed. It's 2022. Astralis needs someone, and it's Zipex that steps up. SDY has to do it all in the 1v2. Catches Farley, can play with the doors now. Blame F in the clutch, looking for his third. Quick on the hunt is SDY, he's not ready! And SDY holds his nerve. It's just Blame. Very light on time, and there you have it, Na'Vi. Dominant in the debut in the Cathedral. Two of them bleeding internally. Oh, what a spin! Config, he's just held it! He holds his nerve! And Bit does not challenge! What is that? Have the Danes got the tenacity to close? Perfecto and Bit set up. Oh, it's a good flash! There's nothing left! Na'Vi to force OT! Zipex trying, but Bit refuses! And Na'Vi secure the grand finals!
Those teams, the first wanting to lift that trophy for the third time, containing the GOAT. They take on a team that has won everything recently. Katowice to the Pro League, the major, but they want this because they've never won that trophy. Not only does the winner here win this, they become the best team in the world.
Simple though does give us something to talk about. Oh, another headshot, and he does it. No way, no way. Perfecto's gone, they're all there. Brokey. Robs onto SDY, and Perfecto demanded to do it all. FaZe remain undefeated. Twist has been magical. He's got a second AK, and he hits Bit off the bomb. They have to run him down. Twist, you've got no hope. Can Perfecto close? He's quite the clutch. A low HP. Cool keeps his cool.
Is there time? Is there time?
I think there is. Again. Oh! He does it. Perfecto pulls Na'Vi into the equalizer in the grand finals. Electronic options very limited. The whole assault on the way. Electronic. Oh, no one can touch him. Cash injected, but there should be no hope. Na'Vi working as this team. Procedural into the taps. Oh, Twist with two. Insane! Insane! Rookie of the year. 1v2, but that smoke and a kit chatted quite a pairing. That's going to get the nerves going. Round the world. He's baited him in. They can't find him. Twist distracted. If he could just do it again. He's on it. Robs nervous in the big stage. As Bit closes it out. A monstrous clutch pulls Na'Vi into the lead in this grand finals. Can he come up clutch against Perfecto? Looking for info. And he's that's a banger! No kit, and in a couple of seconds, no hope. And I will see you at map 5 of the grand finals. All the way, baby!
Info play from Electronic team.
Consider that. He did it. Oh! And he slaps him down! Back of the skull! Twist! Look at breaks Na'Vi's backs! And FaZe Clan complete the triple!
FaZe Clan are the best team in the world!
Lang says, I want to fucking hear you! Never before seen! You're champions! It's FaZe Clan!
I can definitely visualize a path to lifting the trophy with my team.
It's the goal. It's the dream coming through.
Writing our name on the stairs just before you enter the stage. It's the biggest of the biggest names in esports. It's just one legendary team after another, legendary players on the rosters.
I want to do everything in my power to lift this fucking trophy.
Of competition. Another team will want to etch their name into greatness. Oh yes,
Yes, it's what we've been waiting for. The quarterfinals of Katowice, live from the Spodek, Na'Vi vs Outsiders.
7 seconds.
Veto, screaming for help. If he could just deny the ball. The round is done. NPL with a hero play. A triple for good measure. Any chance? A good frag. But just playing the clock, it's Chiron to close. Spit, secure 7. That's a half they can work with. Oh, Chiron, he's going down 100-0 in the Molotov. His kick at only the 1. And down goes Fame. Not ready there for this. There's Electronic again with impact. Electronic, race to close. We're off to the semi-finals. Na'Vi condemn Outsiders to a pack in their suitcase. This one's getting away from Liquid. A flawless round, a flawless scoreline.
Is there time for a resurgence?
Liquid are coming in confident. A lot faster, a lot more in your face than what we've seen so far. Magic is running away. Liquid have turned this game around. And this series, this map keeps getting ever closer. And now, with that swing, Liquid complete the comeback.
Liquid have no idea.
They're chasing Ghost. Anyone home? They don't even fight Apex and he's rubbing it in.
Easiest clutch of his damn life.
One kill in the right place. Oh, the bomb down. Oh, one more. Nappa's got it. He shot him in his feet. But this one's coming down to the wire. Liquid, they're going to the semi-finals.
Vitality checking into Heartbreak Hotel tonight.
Time and time again, it has been Na'Vi to absolutely tear Heroic limb from limb. But this is a different Danish squad we are seeing today.
Yabi, draws blood. NPL back, we're from. Oh! Canadian cleans house. Cadian's got 10 HP. He's a dead man walking. And Simple confirms it. Full of life, John. Simple. He ends the round on his own. Shush. Great back. It's a Simple no less. A nasty death. Oh, and Shush. Destruction. Na'Vi, they go down. Na'Vi down in the semis. It's heroic. First team locked in for their very first Katowice Grand Final.
He splits quick. JKS doesn't need to rush. The bulk is coming from middle, but there's still 2 CTs here. They didn't know about a Liege, and he slams the hammer down. 4 kills in a second.
Molly under the coffins. Liege will still try and fight this, and that was the last bullet in the AK to find him. This was a 2v5 when it began.
Health is great, and the molly is wrong. Hunter bides his time. He waits to strike. Hunter swings out with 4. He's looking for the ace right now. This will be a 2-on-5 and an ace for Hunter. OC is dead! And Hunter shreds Liquid.
Nico, D double down in pit, needs to offer some resistance here. Yekindar gone. The D doesn't betray him this time! And G2 are here to play! There's the close! A rumble of thunder! And the flash of lightning! G2 are going to the grand final!
center of the stage and be crowned Cato Champion World #1. It's all up for debate, and it starts on noon. Odyssey! Look, Acadian, he always has to control it. Finds the upgrade, and he's... Oh! Wow! Blink and you miss it! Shush meets his fate as well, and this could be the ace. As Hunter is arrived in Katowice! Acadian. Oh, he meets Monacy. Heating up now, you can't get away. Monacy into the sight. Fast as lightning! Nico forced into Cadian. Hunter next! And it's Cadian now, one-on-one with Monacy. Monacy closes!
One map away!
G2 looking to remain undefeated, undaunted. Oh, they're going to be so mad. Moves in, a passing glance. Acadian reveals himself, now the trade is... Oh! Hunter loses his head, and Acadian loves that one. And heroic, show life in this grand final. As you lied from JKS. Supreme on the MP9, give it to him. He takes it by force. What's the time to hear him? Oh, what is that? The cousins in unison. Clean up. Cadian and Yavi now to try and extend play. It's only Cadian. The fate surely sealed. Katowice, they've done it. From the land cafes and local tournaments now side by side, Nico, he's finally done it on his 4th time of asking. This is his grand final, this is theirs. Taken as a unit, the Katowice champions of 2023. It's G2! They truly are champions!
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
What is your crime?
After 11 years of global offensive, the final one, the ending of an era, a game that has obsessed us. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. It's time to get it on! Welcome to those that have made the pilgrimage here to join their voices with ours. A place that has dragged fans and players from every reach of the world to come here year after year.
Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to see? Come with me, get down to this. You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down when you best step. Better check that.
Heroic have been waiting for the Yami could bail them out!
Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me up, killing that show. I ain't about getting.
They're coming for you. They're coming for you. Son Pius continue.
Derek, this man cannot be stopped.
Let's go, baby.
Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go on. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Lanxess, let's get this grand final started! One more round of the thousands they've played. One more. D2 manifest greatness in the Lanxess. Can you believe it? A sold-out stadium to witness. G2 riding the high.
Without this team, it wouldn't be possible. I'm really happy to have them by my side. It was amazing. Thank you all for coming. I hope that you guys enjoyed the show.
Running through the flames now is Twist. They are falling like flies, FaZe Clan, on this bomb site.
Fucking bitter again.
Bro, don't we have a game?
Yeah, but finish saving, so...
Let's
Holy
go, guys.
shit, Finn.
Let's
I thought
wake
you were
up
gonna
now,
save.
Yo,
Good job.
Rookie, wake up now.
Hey, chill. One eco and we win, okay?
What do you mean, Nico? I just run around.
How?
Hey Future Pros, rushing B is never the wrong move. Well, maybe it is sometimes. Anyway, here's a long smoke you can throw from spawn that would help with those B rushes. To throw the smoke, line yourself up with this brick. Aim at the top corner of this brick, then walk forward and jump through the smoke. This smoke will land as your teammates would arrive, so it can be a great addition to a Hail Mary B rush. Rush on, Future Pros. Hey Future Pros! Knowing some B smokes on Ancient can lead to success, so let's look at the classic short smoke. To throw this, stand in the doorway in the middle of this section. Aim at the tip of this leaf. Then throw the smoke. Pretty easy to be honest. From the same spot, you can also molly the pillar by aiming at the gap between the plant and the wall. A very easy but effective combo.
Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. We both know we're not the same without rock bottom. Let it go, but we come back to craving problems. Am I your favorite kind of shame? Do I make you wanna hate? Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for.
Hey Future Pros, mid on Ancient can be some vital real estate. So let's look at a donut smoke you can throw to help take some space. To throw the smoke, position yourself in the middle of this section of the window. Aim at the corner of this knobbly bit in the wood. Then simply throw the smoke. I class this as an Ancient essential you should know, so commit it to memory as it's a very easy lineup. Pair it up with the red smoke and you'll be cooking.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024 close qualifier for NA. It's time to send our team through to Dallas. It's going to be one of Liquid or Nouns. They're going to be the third NA representative at NA's most prestigious LAN. Who's it going to be here, John?
Oh, that is a very good question, and I'm honestly not sure. I would say coming into both the IEM Chengdu and the IEM Dallas close qualifiers, I was picking Liquid as my favorite, and that hasn't really changed. But Nouns, oh man, they looked really good against Liquid last time. George and Junior in particular, the two newest addition to this roster, are proving to be very worthwhile ones, and Junior just straight out-opt Cadian throughout the entirety of that BO3. And that was a large reason why, of course, they were able to come out with victory. It was a very tightly contested series, of course, went 3 maps the full distance, but Nouns, they're impressive. They're firing on all cylinders right now. I think that boot camp really helped them out, and they're going to be a tough competition or tough contest for Liquid.
Yeah, they certainly do look sharp right now. Let's take a peek back at the bracket just to recap how we got here, because this is a rematch. This is a rematch of the first round for Liquid. A stunning upset, but very well fought from the Nouns. And that last map, not particularly close at all. A 13-3 on Mirage to topple it. But one of the hardest things to do in Counter-Strike, John, is to beat the same team twice in as many days. So the question remains, what's this Veto going to look like? What direction are they going to take things? And if we get some repeats in the Vetoes, are Nouns going to be able to mix things up enough to keep Liquid on their toes?
Yeah, I would say they're probably going to mix up their pick. I'd be surprised if they go for Overpass again, because that really didn't work out well for them. I would imagine Liquid's still going to go with Ancient, because yeah, I mean, they did lose it, but it was very tightly contested. And my feeling is that they probably can fix the mistakes, or feel like they can fix the mistakes that they made and come up with a victory there. For me, it's just about the second pick. And also, if Mirage actually slips through, because, I mean, yes, Liquid went on to beat, I think it was Wildcard last night on Mirage 13-7, but Nouns have been so very dominant there. I'm pretty sure they're going to want to avoid it.
Yeah, it is an interesting question where it's going to come through in the map pool. But focusing in just on the match on a macro level, I mean, we do have Liquid already having, well, I guess we'll call it a warm-up game earlier on in the consolidation final. They absolutely demolished Boss winning 3 rounds across those 2 maps. So confidence is going to be flowing here for Liquid. And you know they're going to be out for revenge, right? They're not satisfied having lost to Nouns here. And the fact that they've got this rematch gives them a chance to, I'm sure in their eyes, correct the ledger.
Yeah,
if you will.
I mean, for revenge or not, Nouns are the real deal, and I think they're going to be a tough team to deal with no matter which way you slice it. So if you're Liquid, sure, you can be mad. You can look at yourself and say, man, we should have won that one. I think we could have had it, but it's not like it's going to be another 13-2 or 13-1 like they had up against Boss. Nouns have the firepower that can contest with them, so this one's going to be close one way or another. The question is, can Liquid be on the winning side this time? And I feel like in their minds, they definitely know they can. But Nouns have the same feeling going on there. I mean, in that camp, they've got Semphis and Adren behind them, kind of powering them forward. A great IGL coming through in, of course, Carson, who's like the up-and-coming IGL there, and the firepower's there.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But on the other side, this firepower's been looking sharp, specifically in the rifling core. You know, Twist and F have been looking phenomenal, but it's also been Skulls coming online massively in this qualifier, looking very sharp for the team. That's been a difference maker.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Skulls has been great, and I mean, have the stats right here as to who's kind of popping off right so far. It's actually Yekindar who's got a 1.45 impact rating, leading the team there, largely in part because he's got, I think, 28 opening frags, which is leading the team by more than double, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check that stat.
That sounds about right.
Almost more than double. Almost more than double, because the second one is 15 frags for Skulls. Yeah, it's been impressive for this whole squad.
That's the Yekindar effect, right?
Yes.
He wants to find contact. He wants to search it out. He wants to initiate that contact, and has a great deal of success doing so. But that is a range where Nouns thrive. And I think the thing we're most impressed with Nouns is how much they have mixed up the pacing of play, right? Because this is a team that was known for playing fast, known for playing loose, known for hitting you hard over and over and over again. But they didn't always have that changeup. They didn't always have that second gear or the slider in their arsenal to really catch you off guard. And at least in the matchup against Liquid, that's what we were seeing on premium display, right? They're speeding up, they're slowing back down, they're not allowing the pace to be read, and when you've got that firepower behind it for Nouns, it does create a very tough situation.
Absolutely. They're much more difficult to read now than they were in their early days when the team was just starting to really climb up the ranks. And they used to just be that aggressive team that would get in your face and just create noise and make space with pure raw firepower. Now they have that still, but they're throwing in all these other strats. I mean, Carson's calling some really clever stuff sometimes, even on their even on their ecos. They're not just throwing away the rounds, just running into fights. They're actually trying miniatures, like micro strategies, for example, like the nades we saw yesterday on Overpass when they just threw, I think it was 3 nades in towards the bathroom spot, hoping that they could catch someone off. No one was there, but I mean, they didn't have a great buy up and they were just trying to make something happen with a creative play. So that type of stuff is coming into the mix. Of course, you talked about like that change of pitch, or the slider effect, I should say, coming through in terms of their ability to slow the pace of play down when their opponents are expecting a little bit more speed. That said, if Nouns get momentum, if they start to really pile up rounds and the aggression is working well, you can expect them to keep doing it round after round after round until you force them to stop.
That's certainly the case. Let's take a look at the Veto here, because this is going to be a point of interest, being as it is a repeat matchup. We've got the picks through Vertigo ban and Anubis ban. We've got an Inferno pick for Liquid, so they're shifting it up after the very confident win against Boss earlier. Nouns will bring in the Mirage as opposed to leaving it to the Decider, and that means that we get a Decider of Ancient. So this is quite interesting here, John.
Oh yeah. I mean, all 3 of these maps are good for both teams. I mean, we've seen some good Infernos come through from Nouns. It's not going to be the same story as Inferno for Boss, where they don't have many reps there. Nouns have played it 8 times over the last 3 months, 5 wins there, plus 11 round differential. So they are no strangers to it. I think as of late, it hasn't really come through. Yeah, against Wildcard, actually. It was a loss a little while ago, 11-13 on that map, but they're very competitive there, so I doubt they'll have many issues. Mirage, of course, like I figured that Nouns might pick it because there's no way that Liquid was going to not ban it after that initial 2 picks. So yeah, that makes sense. And then the last one being Ancient, that's a great map 3. That's a great map 3 if we get there.
Yeah, it's got to be a tough one for Liquid, right? Yeah. Remember, they lost 13-10, but they won both pistols on that previous Ancient, and they converted off of them as well. So it's not like there were any reset rounds. They got the gimmies. They started out 5-0. They had about as ideal a start on Ancient to both halves, really, as you can expect. And yet they still lost. So if we get back to that Ancient, that's going to be, you're absolutely right, the marquee matchup, all eyes on it.
Yeah.
But to me, the question is going to be, how much have Liquid been able to correct? How much have they been able to implement? How much have they been able to read in just the one day that they've had? Because they will, of course, known. And if they beat Boss, it was Nouns waiting for them in that final. And I'm sure Zeus and the rest of the staff had some keen ideas on what they saw in the first go around.
Yeah, no question. I don't know. It's going to be tough. I don't know how much they've been able to adjust and adapt to that previous matchup. It's difficult. I talked about this, I think yesterday or earlier on. It's not a lot of time to kind of adjust and adapt and react to what your opponent brought to you. And I think it's actually a good thing that there are different maps well, at least it's going to be starting on a different map for Nouns is what I was going to say, because it's not the same Veto. And we talked about how if it is the exact same Veto, you kind of end up in a little bit of trouble, especially if you're the winning team going to that second matchup. But now they get a different look, a different map on Inferno, even a different second map, even though they played Mirage yesterday as map number 3, and then Ancient, it was their first map, but map 3, just a different order actually could play a role here in terms of a potential Nouns victory. For me, it's 50-50 down the middle. I don't know if there's either team that I would give an edge coming into this unless Liquid is able to activate Cadian. If Cadian activates, if he performs at a level that we haven't seen so far in this close qualifier, that will give them the edge and that will tilt the scales in their favor.
One thing that's interesting, I want to focus in on Inferno, since it is where we're going to start out. Nouns haven't actually played an official on Inferno since coming back from their EU bootcamp, so they haven't played one since the beginning of the month.
That's right.
Which, based on what we've seen in terms of leveling up, means that I mean, we don't know. It could have been a focus. It could have been something that they were working in towards their pool. And for Liquid, there might be some surprises there. I'm sure Nouns were watching the game. I don't know how much you can draw from what Liquid did to Boss, because it was, well, one-sided. They weren't particularly challenged. But there's still definitely something out there. There's something about the way they want to play. And that does present a risk here, John.
Yeah, potentially. And I mean, look, Nouns had the ability to watch Inferno, which I think there was more competition shown by Boss on that map than Anubis, which was really just a full-on stomp. So maybe they got a chance to look at the strategies that were being employed by Liquid. I'm sure they weren't using their entire playbook, but something that they could observe and say, okay, maybe we can capitalize on that. Maybe we can look and try to diffuse some situations on particularly their T side and the way they were executing strats, because CT side was actually quite quick, and they just literally steamrolled and aggressively went for fights immediately, which I'm almost 100% sure will not happen against Nouns once that CT side comes, because it's going to be a closer matchup.
Yeah, no, I would not expect the same degree of disrespect CS. Not after what happened the first go around. This is going to be a little bit more buttoned up, I'd imagine, out from Liquid, but it's, you know, still good. Even if you were taking it a little lighter in some of the rounds against Boss, still good to have that warm up. Especially when you've had this gap now, right? It's like the best of both worlds. You know, there's a lot to be discussed about whether it's an advantage to not play the 2BO3s or whether it's nice to have the warm up. But when you get the matchup, you get the nerves out, and then you have a nice 2.5 hour break to sort of, I mean, run a scrim or get dinner or whatever it is that you're going to do. It's really the best of both worlds from the Liquid perspective.
Yeah, I would argue that, honestly, it really, if it's that quick of a match, it makes no difference at the end. Like, you're pretty much starting completely fresh, and the next match is, yeah, you got a little bit of a warm-up, but it doesn't really impact either side. I think it removes the advantage for Nouns, if anything.
Well, now it's time to dive on in. Nouns will start on the CT side here on Inferno. Liquid, clearly expecting some early aggression, are holding, waiting, and Nouns are not going to give them any. Very passive hold up, very careful setup. So Tjekindar finding some space, finding all the space towards top banana. Just trying to bait out this B utility, perhaps.
Yeah, speaking of banana, I really do want to see Nouns contested a lot more aggressively than Boss did, because Liquid just owned that space for the entirety of the first half in the previous matchup, excuse me.
There's the flashbang. It's good, but Skulls is insta-traded. And this could actually be a split in towards B. The Moto player deleted now. Yup, that's exactly the idea. Tjekindar's still top banana. The question is, what can you get done here, Carson? You know they're coming from both directions, and Twist will not be missing. So now big trouble on for the player who slips in towards Church. It's George. He might be able to get this kill on Katie, and does indeed. Bomb plant can't be denied, as he'll have to wait for his teammate to come back around, and pressing the issue a little early. We'll find the business end of Twist's Glock. It's all on Marky. Coming up banana. Patient on it. And patience rewarded. Still 2 targets to find. Marky closing the gap, closing the distance. Doesn't have a ton of time. Doesn't have a kit either. And Naf will not allow him to touch that bomb.
Well, nicely done from Liquid again on the pistol rounds. We already talked about it. They were quite dominant yesterday and today on pistol rounds. But even with winning both on Ancient, they couldn't come out with the win against Nouns on that map. We'll see if it's the same case here on Inferno. We're still very early on, of course, but I wouldn't necessarily be able to determine anything from the way that one went. It's still good to see Liquid apparently in form. I mean, it was good rotation, good timing, making sure that the 2 players were coming in towards the B side. Similar strat they executed a little later on in the first half against Boss, and well, that isn't going to help much, as Tjekindar whiffs the Molotov, and that won't allow them as much early space here at banana, although it doesn't matter because it is a force buy coming through from Nouns. So technically they have the advantage with these 3 MAC-10s, the AK, and the Galil. Nouns was very successful on rounds like this against Liquid, though, and it was a large part of the reason why they were able to come out with Ancient, for example.
Yeah, it was the difference maker. It was the tempo changer. That one even a lesser buy.
Mm-hmm.
Just mostly unarmored pistols, as I recollect. Oh, the timing on this. Marky can't quite pull it off, and now a couple bodies hitting the floor. This might just be a save. Junior is out of here. Carson, not quite as conservative as his compadre. Might have found the space. He's got Yekindar. Now Junior with a connecting shot. Carson taking down, some sanity being restored. I mean, but that's a crazy madcap play, and now this round is certainly back on.
Maybe not anymore. Kill. Yeah.
Good kill. Yeah, Junior's just gonna have to save. Doesn't have the health to contest. That's certainly not a possibility with the scout. So he's out of there. That's a little touch and go. Liquid.
Yeah.
Gonna be breathing some sighs of relief after that one.
I mean, Carson, just balls of steel jumping right through that smoke and trying to make something happen. I think Junior was already thinking about the save. You saw him backing off through library, and instead Carson is able to get that one. They get a second after that. Okay, all of a sudden, maybe we come back. Maybe we try for this, but at the end, it's not going to pan out. And I don't think Junior's gun is going to get saved unless he hits all these shots. No, he will not. He gets one and then is dropped. Not a big deal. It's just a scout, and it was a force buy for Nouns that now won't really matter because they're just going to be ecoing into this one. 2-0 for Liquid. But we're seeing some of the signs that allowed Nouns to get that success against Liquid yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, we certainly are. And I mean, they make it expensive for the Liquid side. Yekindar is going to be given over the MAC-10 because, well, as we've covered, he craves violence. Skulls is just sticking on the 5-7 as well. Interesting approach to the eco. It's just USPs. But I'm curious to see what Skulls wants to do. Might actually just be saving up so that he can drop the op even if he survives this round. That's an interesting idea.
Mm-hmm.
Especially considering it's, I mean, T-side Inferno just, I don't know if the op is the most impactful, but it's certainly nice to have. Junior just begging somebody to run through the smoke on him. Please. My Zeus, it's going to waste. CJ's got one. Oh. All right, Carson's is second. This round's not in question yet, but it's starting to get a little interesting. The problem is the lack of armor. Nothing found yet that's actually worth saving. Skulls picks up his companion's AK, so that'll just get recycled. And Skulls reading this nicely, tapping a Junior, knowing it'll bait the mid-peak, and yeah, this one should not be possible. They've got nothing to lose, though. And Liquid's a little far off of this. They're going to be all right now, but there was a little far off of this before that lack of a bomb tap did come through.
All right. I guess Junior and Carson were just hunting for bodies. I'm not sure why they expected anyone to be that close at the end of it.
They just had literally nothing to lose.
Yeah, MAC-10, you know.
They're not bringing the MAC-10 into this round.
I know. 3-0 for Liquid, but here comes the full-on buy-up for Nouns. They are going to have the 4 A1Ss along with the AWP in Junior's hands, and I already talked about Junior being impressive in that last BO3. Let's talk numbers now, though. 45 frags, 78.9 ADR, and a 1.30 rating, the highest-rated player in that game. He also had 15 frags on Mirage in only 16 rounds, almost a frag per round there. It was actually George who was very solid for them with 20 on Ancient, but Carson gets an immediate trade after CJ pokes his head out a little too far, and then Marky gets skulls. Here we go!
Aggression working beautifully. Yekindar wanted to chase that, wanted to try and punish it, but Carson, man, what a round already for the guy. Big potential threat is that George is alone and doesn't have any utility to stall this out, but Carson's already shifted around to address it. They're bringing another player in as well. Smoke will be out here. There could still be a chance at a bomb plant. But Nouns will try and deny that possibility. Flashbang through.
Wow.
It's lethal. And so is George.
More good Junior stats, I guess, because he's been so good. He's actually leading the team in terms of flashes thrown per round at 0.95 and also has 0.12 flashes per round. Anything, I know it's hard to tell by saying 0.1, but anything above 0.1 in terms of flashes per round is extremely impressive. And for Junior to do that and also be close to top fragging on the squad throughout this close qualifier is exceptionally impressive. So, even if he's not doing with the op, he's supporting his teammates and setting up plays like that.
I'm more concerned with the push down mid, hide by the smoke, kill the player coming out of sewers, though, personally. That one is all Carson.
I mean, look, one thing that's impressed me for Carson is there was a sorry, I can't speak. There was a moment in time where we weren't sure who the IGL was for Nouns because they didn't have a clear player who was technically not fragging as much, and that's what is impressive about Carson. He's going to get caught off being a little too aggressive there, but he didn't really change his style of play as he became an IGL. He still was fragging out. He's still doing these crazy aggressive plays that can be a little reckless, but very rewarding if you actually pull it off. But yeah, that's just impressive to me that he's able to take on a new role without it really affecting his fragging ability.
It's translated shockingly well.
Yeah.
Shockingly well. Much more than we necessarily would have expected. CJ's in trouble here. As long as that smoke's up towards long, okay, it fades. I was going to say, he doesn't have anyone to support him. Marky's holding very passively back in towards pit, worried about the apartments approach, so this porch hold could be tough. It's easier, though, when Junior just wins the duel straight up. Oh, the clear's a little sloppy. Little lazy, little presumptuous. Now a nade to chase. Twist is lucky to be alive. Threat is on. CJ wins that exchange, and this is falling apart for Liquid. I want to pressure this pit player. They know he's here, and eventually Skulls will connect. Snappy shooting, but they need this kill on sight. They've not got it. Not at all.
CJ, who's actually been the quietest player, believe it or not, on Nouns throughout this close qualifier at the bottom with, I say only 61 frags. He's still been doing pretty well considering he's at a KDR of still 1, so it's average. But, I mean, he was that player that came into CS2 and was the #1 guy on Nouns. And actually at that time, unsurprisingly, was taking a lot of entry fights, was going for a lot of opening frags. But he's actually taken more of a second man in role now, and I think most of the entry duties are going to Carson and George, which means that his fragging output is going to decrease a little bit, but he's always accepted different roles, and I think he's going to be okay and still be able to contribute in times like that. Nice little multi-kill for him. 3-2 for Liquid, but Nouns have 2 in a row, of course. And this one, well, only a Deagle and a P250 bought up in terms of guns for Liquid. Outside of that, I think there's that flashbang.
Here comes contact. Given a lot of space towards short. I mean, there's a world where this turns into a bomb plant. Molotov gonna stall it. There's a flank coming down mid. The question is, do they get here in time? And the bomb dropped in pit makes that a lot more difficult now for Liquid. So, Twist getting run down. Won't be able to bring anyone along with him. It's clean for Nouns against the Pistols.
And look at the difference in the way Nouns are playing against Liquid on Inferno versus a team like Boss. Boss were almost playing scared at moments. They were always passive, waiting for Liquid to come to them, giving Liquid all the space in the world to set themselves up and get in the right positions. Whereas Nouns, they oftentimes will get right into your face in the early parts of the round, and it doesn't allow Liquid to get their foundation, to get their feet set and going towards their game plan. So that's what Nouns has been really good at. And that banana control is not being given away for free anymore.
No. Yeah, no, that space a little bit more contested. I mean,
Yes.
it helps that they actually have a CT economy.
Yes, that's true, Mike.
That was a sticking point for Boss. It's always tough when you can't get the nades on this map. Flashbang back in. That is a race car peak if ever I've seen one. I reckon I was more used to doing that to people than having that done to him, but the trade is there, and back we go. Okay. Naf overstaying his position on logs. So advantage still on for Nouns, despite the rallying kill from Naf. They're going to bring the hit towards A here. It's long presence for CJ. Marky in the site proper. No one in the pit this time around, so Liquid at least don't have to worry about that.
Still have to clear it.
Slow this down. And look, the flank is starting to develop. George is starting to get antsy on it, so no bailout. I gotta commit.
Oh, nice frag.
First kill. Oh, the tick of the Molotov. That sells out CJ. Now the bomb's down in advantage Liquid.
Yeah, Cadian did not waste that opportunity. Insta headshot once CJ's position is given away. Now we have George coming around, looking to go on the retake. Junior supporting on the other end. They're hoping for one immediately, not going to get it. Twists the immediate frag, and that will send Junior packing. He's out of here. Looking to save the AWP. With Liquid finally responding, ending the 3-round run for Nouns.
Keeps them from pulling into the lead as well.
Yeah.
Keeps them from building up too much momentum here.
I think not having the pit player in that situation for Nouns is actually what cost them, along with the fact that CJ's position was given away by the audio cue from the Molotov. So those two things factored in together means Liquid, of course, they got the frags to help them out, but Liquid did a great job of taking advantage of the circumstances.
Trying to change up the look a little bit there.
Yep.
But you're right, it did cost them. See what we've got now. They're going to keep the third player over towards A, at least for the moment. So CJ shuffling something. Maybe just the util. Banana contest here. And George has actually passed it. So was in some risk if they decided to fight through, but discretion is sometimes the better part of valor. Liquid certainly thinks so here.
Jeez,
Skulls will not have that option. He is deleted. Erase. Nice peek from Junior, shifting the op around, this time much more aggressively postured towards A. And Liquid headed the other direction as a result. They found the op. Now they're trying to move. Problem is, so's Junior. He's on the prowl. Smoke gonna lock him out. Smoke gonna lock him out. Nope. They're gonna try and do a contact play. And the op is here. They were not expecting that. Smoke is late. It cost them. Just wanted to threat on site, but now he's got everybody here in a flanks coming up Banana. Quick as can be. Oh, Marky finds that kill. That drops the bomb. Doesn't matter what Twist does now. He can't get out. He can't get away.
Unreal.
He's surrounded and dropped down.
That was incredible. You saw Liquid panicking a little bit once Junior gets that second frag. You're absolutely right. They had no clue that the op would have already rotated around to the B site, but there was a lot of audio cues going on there, and Nouns had the information. So I said, hey, Junior, get on over here. I think they were rotating another player off, maybe the rifler off towards the A site because they weren't 100% sure. But either way, what a shot from Junior to open things up, 1, and 2, the rotation around. This is a comment I wanted to make about Junior's play, the comparison to his early points of his career when he first had that meteoric rise that we talked about yesterday. And now he used to be more of that calm, kind of stable, stay-at-home opper, and just not as dynamic as he is now, where he's charging forward, taking an early fight, getting that early pick, going back immediately, rotating around at the B site. He's a threat everywhere now, and he's got that foundation of stability when he needs to be patient. Oh, here comes the push, and Yekindar is going to get one. George finds the immediate trade. 5v4 pistols in the mix here, along with a MAC-10. George in a really tough spot, and he gets cleaned up by Twist right after Yekindar takes down CJ. So it's only Junior and Marky, and that's a picture-perfect take of B.
Absolutely is. Difference maker is Yekindar getting those entries. He's been shut down largely through this game. Those are his second and third kills. And that just tells the story, right? We know how aggressive he is. We know he's the tip of the spear, especially on this B side of the map. And so having success, getting that early frag, it just opens the door for his team to walk on through. It's going to be a 5th on the board for Liquid, and this back and forth affair, this tug of war, will eventually get very tiring for the CT economy.
Oh, yeah.
Junior, though.
You can't kill Junior.
Oh, boy. Gonna keep it on to these ops. He's a champion. We saw him save for like 4 rounds in a row.
Yep.
The same op.
Yep, that's right. On overpass, 4 rounds in a row. It was a reminder, reminiscing of Jame, I would say, back when he was doing that. Maybe he's trying to take a page out of that IGL's book from Virtus Pro. Looking here, this is a very, very close match, as we expected, of course, given what materialized yesterday. But Liquid do get a strong take onto B. Everything went right for them. And I mean, George could have been a difference maker, but he just got caught out. They knew he was there, and he couldn't find the timing to peek around the corner before he ended up just being blindsided from the left side of New Box. Nouns, though, still had enough money to buy up here. Junior, of course, saving that op, helping out.
Four players here. Liquid going for a pretty straightforward hit. Doesn't seem to be too much of a second note to this one. CJ on the smoke box, going to be able to get one. It's a lot of damage in turn, but he's able to get away. Pressure on. It's actually Junior who catches the bullet.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Not the way you would have expected that to go. And now with the moto smoke on, well, they're actually just rotating over towards B. And you could tell Carson's been pulled off because he has to be wary about this Raptor. There's no vision on. They're going to leave Skulls as a lurk. And when this smoke fades, Carson could be in a lot of trouble. Oh, Molotov's tossed out. Do they challenge it? It's a little shallow. It took an awkward bounce here. And Naf's just spotted. And Naf's got the kill. So while they've lost Skulls, they've got the man advantage. They've got the real estate. They've got the bomb. And it will be down. And Nouns have so far to go to even attempt this retake. With the op picked up, I think this is just a save.
Yeah, there's no way they go for this. I mean, looking at their money, everyone, well, not everyone, 3 players are below the $500 mark. Junior has 3.2K though, so he can drop an A1S into the next round. CJ can probably buy up an SMG, and then I guess Carson might be the odd man out, might not have anything. We'll see how much money ends up working into the situation. Probably a pistol or an SMG is my guess to make sure they keep that utility healthy. So a buy-up is coming for Nouns, no question. And the op and the AK are certainly going to bolster those odds. So Nouns doing their creative accounting. Hey guys, how do we do this? We need to make sure everyone has a nice gun. Carson, here you go, MP9. So, as predicted, Carson going to have to settle for the leftovers here, the scraps.
Yeah, but
it's okay.
He doesn't mind.
No, he doesn't, especially the way he plays, right? He's kind of
Yeah.
aggressive sometimes, so the MP9 can be extremely lethal, especially in his hands.
It's just a license to get more in their face. 4
Yes.
players stacked towards B. This
read.
is the changeup. This is the look. It's only Marky on this A side of the map. Junior trying to shift over, but there was a moment there. It was a fast apps waterfall where life could have been very difficult for Nouns. As it is now, this triple banana setup. Looking to catch off Yekindar. And they're taking some space towards Car. They're trying to spam for this. This is so dangerous! And that's exactly why. The balance comes out in favor of Liquid, and now pressure on for CJ. And his teammates aren't moving a muscle to help. It's all CJ. They're betting on him. The clear out. Oh, the check the wrong way, but Yekindar again able to trade it. And with the bomb going down, with Skulls still here towards A, it seems like it's another save called from Nouns. They got no interest. They've got no interest whatsoever in contesting this.
Yeah, I mean, Yekindar just barely alive with that 5 HP. Just surviving that second duel, which was so important. Yes, the timing. Skulls and Marky just missing each other.
Skulls is just hunting. Skulls just wants guns at this point. He didn't hear any footsteps, right? So he's pretty confident they didn't rotate. Because they would have likely gone loud from A. But he's going to make sure that his teammates aren't going to be in a tough spot. There's the Marky spot. He knows. He knows now. But how far does he want to press this? Junior up top. They're just going to tuck in. And Marky's down for the count. So it is just Junior's op that limps into the final round of the half. A beleaguered Nouns. Kept it so close for so long, but now Liquid steam ahead.
Yeah, they're pulling away a little bit, but a 5th round victory would certainly help Nouns' chances. They go to their better side, the T side, into the second half. They got an op, of course, saved her from their previous round, 3 MP9s of FAMAS, and a good amount of utility, about half the usual amount, so it's something. A chance at victory. And they've pulled off rounds with much less in the past. Skulls, along with Twist, are going for that mid control, and Banana is highly contested. Liquid might actually have to fall back, and they do. Look at the damage they take. Chased off by a nade. Yekindar and Cadian both down to below 40 HP. Carson's jumping around as he usually does. Just spamming through the smoke, hoping to connect on something, but Liquid are forced to reset.
They can whittle out more of the CT utility. It wouldn't be bad, though. Nouns are being stingy with the nades. They're holding on to them. Knowing that they don't have a ton to spare. And I mean, actually, in the balance now, they've got the advantage on the util.
This is actually really bold for Liquid to go down Banana after losing that space so convincingly, and with Carson jumping up the half wall. But they want to give another look.
They want the fight. They want to offset expectations a little bit. There's the Molotov.
41 seconds now.
They're just going to reset. This is going to be a hit. This is going to be an exec. Smoke goes down. They wait the fade. There won't be a lot of time to spare, but the question is, does Junior float over? He's starting to. Might be a tick too late. If the CT Molotov hits, if they don't go for this contact play, oh, the re-smoke up. Now they got to go through. Now they don't have a choice. Smoke's deployed. Here come the flashes. On they go. Counter flash thrown. Carson is so blind. And George dropped as well. This is a catastrophe. A smoke pop, but it's a bit of desperation. And an exchange there. The bomb must cross. 7 seconds. 7 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Numbers punched in. What the hell is low? The man advantage, but this duel for Cadian might be everything. If Marky can get past that, MP9 might as well be an auto. But that's not a question that Liquid's going to have to answer. It all falls to Junior. There's no saving of this up now.
Wow.
And Yekindar will make sure of that. A team ace for Liquid sends us to the half. Second half on deck, and now we get a chance to see the Nouns offense, but they don't have a lot of wiggle room.
No, I mean, it's not terrible. It could be better. They could definitely come back from this one. There's no question in my mind. And they are on their offensive end, which I mentioned earlier is the one they greatly prefer. And we'll see what Carson decides to call here.
Early stack for Liquid. They want to get aggressive down Banana. Carson looking for that fight. Hemmed in towards Logs. How heavy do they chase? Well, they've got him now, but that's going to funnel everybody in towards A. And Cadian knows. He's got a few bodies headed his direction. Uh-oh, can't hang on, can't survive. No retake set up here, so it's going to be about the guns. Isn't a kid either, so for Liquid, they need to get a move on. This bomb's not planted yet. They are losing every single fight. Marky takes 3, and it's going to be Nouns all the way.
Wow, that was just such a good reaction from Nouns as Carson goes down. He sees a couple of players, and maybe he calls, hey guys, just full on bolt your way to the A site. They did not stop the entire time, and 4 players barreling down Banana for Liquid. Only 1 on the A site proper. It's Cadian. And I mean, just no chance at all. I thought for a second, the fact that Liquid got there that quickly, though, and were able to get to the site before the bombs even planted, might have given them a chance to recover. But no, Nouns had the read, everyone in a perfect position. Marky gets on the action. He's always great with the pistols. And I mean, 5th round found for Nouns. They're right back into this one. And you see Liquid are hoping they can keep a stranglehold as they've already forced up into this second round. Yakandar, okay. Already getting the fruits of that force up. Finds the opening frag.
Extra $600 made at a minimum. Well, they've got the bodies in the right place, and they're even rotating a 4th over. Contact could be rough here, but Twist can't connect. And now they've been swept off of this site, numbers or not. It's going to be a Nouns bomb plant. This likely just going to be a save as well. Cadian funneling upgraded pistols over?
I guess so.
Trying to maximize what they can get in the next round. He's going to carry the... Oh, where'd it go? Hold on. What?
Where's Waldo?
You already threw it further. Cadian. Yeah, okay. No, the other one's there too. He's trying to look to funnel the 5.7s over, I think, so that Yekindar could come pick one up.
Yeah, exactly.
And they'd have 2 upgraded pistols. But he lost track of one of them. They kept going. I don't know where he lost it.
It's somewhere.
Either way, I don't think his team was ever coming to get that gun.
Yeah, I don't think so. He's not going to get anything, actually. He's dead. George delivering the killing blow. Cadian will save a MAC-10 and a 5.7. So it didn't even matter that he couldn't get that 5.7 ferried on over to the B site. Nouns will get a pretty clean 6th round on the board. Only 2 back from Liquid, who, because they forced up in that previous one, are just going to have to settle for probably a light pistol buy at most, around a MAC-10, and a little bit of util here.
John, think of it. If the MP9 in Yekindar's hand had been over on Banana, they could have had 2 5.7s, 2 SMGs. That's 4 upgraded guns. Now, we might have to put some armor around them.
Yes.
But it could have been done.
Oh, I mean, Yakindar is in a tough spot. He's not going to be alive for much longer. That Molotov, what a timely one thrown by his teammates to save his life. Temporarily, perhaps.
Is becoming a weird one. This is way more of a fight than anyone would have expected. CJ is low, but somehow alive, and it's still coming up Nouns-ish on the kills. Cadian, can't earn any money with that SMG.
Skulls? Nope.
Deleted.
Close, but no cigar. 7th round. Yep.
The story of all 3 of those
surviving
players. CJ, George, and Marky all limping through, but limp they will.
Well, I mean, it saves them the requirement to buy up into this round, so they're going to have 3 MAC-10s, an AK, and a Galil bonus round, so an opportunity for Liquid to strike. But if Nouns get this one, oh boy, Liquid are going to be in a little bit of trouble. And you see that fast-paced play that Nouns are bringing forth right now. Liquid can't really respond to it. Yes, we are still in the early moments of this half, and it is the first time they have M4s in their hands. But Nouns, like I said, once they get that momentum, they continue to push forward. Look where Cadian is. He's already pushed down to the bottom of mid. Carson doesn't expect it. Actually, man, Cadian's got spot. Twist supporting as well. That is a great start. Oh, Skulls will go down, though.
Like I've had armor there, costing him, I believe. They get a kill back. Still man advantage for Liquid. Not a ton of map control here for Nouns, though Marky is working on changing that.
I don't think he saw Cadian.
I don't believe so. But they're going to head this way. Cadian, is this deep enough that the silencer doesn't give it away? They have mollies. They just have to check one. Nope, they won't. Bomb now dropped. Now the molly comes out. Cadian will be taken down, so 1v2 for Marky.
2 1v1s maybe. Sorry, Mike.
Perhaps. He's getting flanked out, though. Player coming down mid. He's thunderfooting it. But it's a fake. It's a fake, but the timing's not good.
Oh.
Naf will have him. No chance for Marky to pull that one off. I like the idea, but just not quite enough time.
Yeah, and I mean, if he had continued going forward and maybe just held the angle towards Banana, perhaps he would have just had that frag and then been able to go towards the B site, realizing that it would probably be empty. Instead, he goes for a fake rotation, which, again, you're right. It's a good plan, just the timing was not right. Liquid do, in fact, win on what was Nouns' bonus round, but now Nouns will have the AKs across the board, and Junior is going to run the op. Of all the players competing in this close qualifier, I should say, of all the oppers, he's the one that surprises me least running an op on Inferno. He's been proven to be quite effective throughout all of his frags when he's very dynamic with that AWP and pushing up and getting in players' faces. So let's see if he can do it again. A little exposed right now as he's pushing up mid. His riflers are actually nowhere nearby, so they won't be able to help him should someone push out here, but he does have support from Carson now.
Yeah, now there's plenty. Now there's plenty, but it's also a strong setup for Liquid. 3 sets of eyes, ready to swing, ready to fight. First one on. Counter molly up.
Nope, miss flash there by George.
Oops. He's got another one. Try it again.
Oh.
But the nade's going to find Carson. The longer they stall out here, the more utility's headed their way, and now Smoke as well at that. So Nouns have just been rebuffed.
Yeah, Liquid's pacing the utility really well.
And it ain't happening. Whoa, the flick around. Thought Twist had him dead. The right's had the dink. George is just too dang quick. Now Katie and Wary trying to get an angle so that George can't get collapsed on by the apartments. There's the kill on the first, the second as well. Skulls somehow turning that into 2. They hold on to Pit. It's just Junior with that op. And with 14 seconds, we know what Junior's going to do here. He's going to keep that op alive.
He's got the best rating in terms of deaths per round, I think, in the close qualifier because he just saves so much. And he's very effective at doing so. Anyway, aside from that, Liquid, have 10 now, double-digit rounds. Yes, Mike, what?
I think most of us probably assume that Junior's moniker came from being a junior of his father, right? But maybe it was a meta brain thing. It's Junior James here.
Junior James.
Junior James. It's a play style thing.
Well,
he's been watching.
I mean, we all know the logic behind James saving, and technically, at least for MR15, it was sound. I think it still is for MR12.
He does it a lot less now, actually.
Yeah, he does.
They're a lot more aggressive.
Given what we've seen from the events so far at CS2, I would tend to agree. It doesn't happen as often, but it still does. It's still oftentimes, not oftentimes, but it happens on occasion enough that you can tell that it's still within reason to go for that save. Anyway, Liquid, they got double digits. 2 rounds in a row there. Probably feeling a little bit more comfortable. Can't get too comfortable. Because Nouns are threatening and they've got the rifles up once more.
Of course, got that saved AWP. Didn't really get a chance to pull the trigger on it last round.
I think he got one.
good to get a little more. 50 seconds on the clock. They've got top brackets control. Cadian's again going to slip his way in towards the cubby. Ooh, the jump away. The jump away. It's just one player making contact on Banana, but it's enough to pull them.
Oh, man.
Carson, 1 HP getting that kill. No, Skulls realizes it in time. Okay, call them back. Call the cavalry back, and Skulls is just so damn good on this site. He's alone. No one to help him, and he doesn't care. He even digs
No
first.
way.
What a round for Skulls! Out of position, being drawn off, but he spots everyone just in the nick of time. That's incredible. Give him a round of applause, folks.
Man.
That was, you cannot ask for more from an anchor. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, if this were on LAN, his teammates should get out of their chairs on the other sides and go give him fist bumps, because that was unbelievable anchoring on the A site. I mean, just unexpected in every way. 1 is probably what you would hope to get out of Skulls in that situation. 2 is great. 3 is unbelievable. And then almost, I think, a 4th right, he gets the dink onto Junior. Ridiculous. Well done from Skulls. He's up to 14 frags, leads the squad, and that's all him getting that 11th round. That is what was missing yesterday. Those types of rounds for Liquid that really turned the tide. That would turn the tide in their favor, which is happening right now. Yeah, Kinder gets one trade, though. You can't, see, this is the problem. You can't get too aggressive here and be like, okay, now we can start to bully, because it's still Nouns.
They're going to need Skulls to be Skulls
again.
He's going to bail him out. I mean, in that case, it's against unarmored pistols.
Still.
A little bit of lighter work, but yeah, I mean, a touchy situation could have been real bad. And Skulls is bailing them out. The guy many had pinned with the biggest question mark on this team. Maybe the biggest vulnerability. Well, he keeps bailing them out of tough spots, tough situations, and he's been doing that all qualifier long.
Wow. Mr. Skulls. That is impressive stuff. Yeah, he absolutely has been doing it all qualifier long. Coming into this series, he had 115 frags, plus 32 kill to death differential, and a 1.39 KDR. Also led the team in headshot percentage at 58%. And I mean, the only player he's behind is Naf, and Naf was only 6 frags ahead, and also plus 6 more in kill to death differentials. So yeah, and I mean, arguably Skulls has some very tough work that he's had to deal with. I'd say Naf as well, but Skulls anchoring down some of those sites, he gets tough work, he gets tough jobs.
Seems like they want to approach bracket here, but this is again a 4-player setup with plenty utility. This is where Nouns stalled out prior. The counter nades, flashbang through, pressure on. Oh, it's a TK. Little confused about how that exactly went down. But the end will be a nice result for Liquid. Maybe a little bit of an over-rotation here for Katie, and he's going back. He actually was correct. Just tough to fully commit like that. Junior down to dust, and well, Carson, even if he gets his sight, he's not got the bomb. He's got the op, though. Now let's see what he can do. A lot of ground to cover. 45 seconds to do it, and they're hunting a little aggressive. What is happening here? Now we'll finally spray him down closer than it needed to be, but it is a dub for Liquid. 13-7, a strong showing on Inferno, starting off on the right foot here in this best of 3.
Yeah, they really pulled away there at the latter part of that map. And I mean, honestly, Skulls was that difference maker. That was the round where you lose it and Nouns are right back into it. And Nouns had the right read. They're going to the correct site. Only 1 player left because they got the over rotation thanks to some good work put in by the Nouns squad towards B. And then Skulls pulls off the play of the match so far. I mean, it's simple as that. And they couldn't recover afterwards. And Nouns have been described in the past as a bit of a streaky team. When they hit a wall, sometimes they can really collapse and not really pull themselves together. Maybe we saw a little bit of that there, but I'd also argue that Liquid played exceptionally well and really shut them down convincingly.
Yeah, we saw a lot of good rounds from Liquid. Not as many of those. We were getting some silly mistakes in the last Nouns series. Not really seeing that for Liquid. They're very dialed in right now. They want this IEM Dallas spot, and of course they do. But there is more work to be done. There's another 1 or 2 maps to be played, and we'll find out what we're gonna get when we come back from this break.
Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loudly without a sound, and I will rise, and I will fly.
And we're live in the server Mirage between Nouns and Liquid, and Nouns are wasting no time with this B play. They're going straight in towards the site, and it seems like it might just be NAF to receive them.
Yeah, and let's not forget what happened yesterday, of course. Nouns winning here 13-3. It was utter and total domination of Liquid. And of course, Liquid do not want to repeat of that at all. Yekindar gets the opener, but here's George finding the immediate trade. Yekindar waiting in the open and manages to get another one. Trades are going back and forth, and finally the advantage is in Nouns' hands.
Assassin with that USP, but now it's on to Twist to be much the same. Cadian stocking the shelves. He's scanning the barcode on Carson. It's all in the marking now. On the site, might have just enough space if he just wants to commit the bomb plant down, but oh, what a slick movement. Looking like they're just one man stacked on top of each other, and the kill comes through, so pistol round on for Liquid.
Wow, that one looked like it was trending in Nouns' direction. I think the worst part about it is that Nouns don't get a bomb plant out of that situation, which I feel like they had time to do it. They were just looking to get a little more control, and I'm pretty sure that third frag that Liquid got was what really threw Nouns for a loop, and like trying to isolate some players and look around the smokes, but it just didn't pan out. So Nouns, as a result, will not get a force buy into this round. It'll just be the P250 for George and a flashbang for Carson. Everyone staying above the 2K mark, which of course makes sense because the buy-up's coming in the following round. On the other side, Liquid already opting to get the rifles in their hands. 3 players rocking the A1Ss. What are Nouns going to cook up here?
A1SS, ASS, APPI.
Sure. Whatever you say, Mike.
I feel like you're losing patience with me, John.
No, not at all.
Flashbang out. A mow down on. Oh, that nade. I scatter. But it's all the kills on through. A1S should be retrieved as well. So just one gun lost. Easily replenished. And Nouns not wasting our time with that second round of non-force. They just get it done with.
Yeah, I mean, without utility or anything to really make it interesting, you just have to try and win some duels with Glocks only, which, I mean, is possible, but exceptionally unlikely given the circumstances, and even more so trying to go for a mid-fight with Glocks. I would have thought maybe they try to rush up ramp or go palace or even charge into the B site, but in that situation, they literally walked into the meat grinder. Well, not literally, figuratively walked into meat grinder. As Skulls and Yekindar are waiting here at the top round. I mean, like, I'm just saying,
actually all
I
going
can't
to a
use that
slaughterhouse
word.
after this. Yeah, no, the wrong context for literally.
Exactly.
It's a horror movie now, folks.
Yeah.
Screen category is changing.
They're walking into meat grinders.
Dull viewership is advised. George, oh, he doesn't realize his second player here. Skulls, can he get the kill? Yes, he can. At some cost, but considering it was an SMG, it's not the worst exchange in the world. Timing is going to be important here for Twists, which he will find the second as well.
No way.
Should be a
He could
dead
get
man.
the third.
How is
No,
he
he could
alive?
get the third.
How is he alive? Now he's got support. And it's just disaster on for Nouns. An impossible situation. So many players would back off, but he presses forward. He presses the advantage. And he presses right into a round win for Liquid.
Wow. I mean, Liquid already have the same amount of rounds, assuming they win this, which I think they will, that they got yesterday total with those 3, which is excellent news for them. They already look more solid. I mean, Twist was impressive to me throughout that entire series. I believe he was a top frag at some point. Let me check here. Yes, he was on Overpass with 19, tied with NAF in that situation. But in general, he looked good throughout that series, and right here on Mirage was perhaps where he struggled most, where the whole team struggled, of course. The only one who was at a KDR of 1 was Yekindar at 12-12 and had a 90.6 ADR, in fact, but I mean, it didn't mean anything because of how one-sided it was. Timeout called here, and it looks to be technical in nature. I wonder what the story is here.
Hopefully not a long story. Personally, I prefer short stories.
Yes.
You know, don't have the attention span for it at this point. So we should be getting them right back in. And indeed, the timer will tick on down. Whatever the issue, it's been resolved. What do Nouns want to show us in this one? Could get a bit of a techie roundup. 2 techies, 3 techies. There we go. Give me more techies. I believe.
Liquid just look more confident right now versus Nouns here on this map than they did at any point yesterday, taking the aggressive fights, winning those fights as well. Not that they weren't being aggressive yesterday, they just kept losing them time and time again. Smoke's gonna get tossed here for a potential A hit. It looked good. Does it matter? It does not. Kindar, Skulls, and Cadian, and then Twist at the end, taking care of it.
All right, put on a clinic here. Looking sharp early on our Liquid. And I mean, certainly it's going to help with the long run economy to just not drop anything up against that. Very few deaths on the Liquid side. We're 4 rounds in. There are 5 deaths in sum total. So that is nice for bolstering the capital. Junior's got the op, though. And he can be a difference maker. Only problem is, sometimes he waits to do that difference. Those teams are all dead.
Yeah.
Kind of need him to potentially be a little more active this time than he was on Inferno.
I mean, yesterday he was great here on Mirage. He was very active, going for early fights. So, I mean, they need more of that to come through. Twists. Takes a little bit of damage, and you saw Yakinder looking for a fight towards mid. In fact, Liquid have 4 players committed towards this mid fight. Yeah.
They're going to back away from it now. But they really wanted the early brawl, and they have disrupted Nouns. They've slowed them down, because this was the intention of Nouns, is to take this middle space and then work with it. And Liquid are sticking around with 4 players as well, so... Smoke up, this could be timely. Hold the peek over!
Wow.
That's cheeky from Katie, and they'll hear him running off. Oh, Marky's going to catch him. Molotov takes, but now Marky's got the space, caught him with a molly in hand. That's the bomb dropped in con. Marky deleted. This heavy presence
here.
Oh,
Skulls,
really
relax.
putting down his comrade in arms, but it all falls to George. No harm, no foul. And Skulls will even polish off the last as the bloodlust clears and his vision returns.
Jeez, Twist was probably seeing his life flash before his eyes like, Skulls, what are you doing? And that's one of those moments, I think, when you're flicking around like, oh, that was an enemy, and you, at the last second, realize, oh, that's my teammate, and maybe you adjust your crosshair just a bit more off the model, and wow, that was just very scary for Yakinder in that situation. Not Yakinder. Was it? I'm losing my mind right now. But
Twist was the one who nearly got deleted.
Yes, Twist. That almost got deleted. But either way, it doesn't matter.
No.
Take care of business, and it's all good. And now Cadian's hitting op shots. Oh, there's the first 2K for Cadian with the AWP, I believe, in the closed qualifier. And the 3K. Here we go.
All right.
Hey,
Cadian's starting to flex.
But still.
When the team is humming. Oh, he starts to move. Op can be retrieved. No problem there. And Liquid with the clean 6-0. They got to be happy about this one. I mean, here's the thing. This is kind of what we talked about, John, with, you know, it's tough to beat the same team on the same map in as many days.
Yep.
Because, you know, Liquid were pissed off about dropping 13-3 on this map. On Mirage.
No
a map
question.
they feel comfortable on. A map they feel they should be dominating on. And you know, if they had time to review, that's one of those maps that they were watching the film, they were watching it back, they were thinking about, they were angry about. They're not letting it happen again. And I mean, we've already seen the effects. They are shutting down a lot of what Nouns want to do. CJ, often the point person for this team, is getting blanked. 8 ADRs, 0 kills. Carson much the same way. And those are 2 very good indicators of how things are going for Nouns. If you can't get the entries, if you can't get the space, you can't get the openers, life is not great.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, that's a little tongue-in-cheek. I was before, by the way, guys, when I said it's Cadian's first 2K with the op. He did have another 2K with the op. But the thing is, on Mirage, he's that difference maker. The AWP is so important on this map. You can't be invisible. And now we're seeing Cadian take some aggression, take some foothold there with the AWP. He's leading the squad with 8 frags. That, to me, right now is a difference maker. Not to mention Twist is doing an excellent job playing in connector, and he almost takes down Carson through the smoke there. Carson at 8 HP. As you mentioned, between him and CJ, only 1 frag is exceptionally rare. And now Yakinder will find that frag.
Carson won't be getting more in this one. Twist sticking around in these smokes, brawling, so eager for the fight. And this time, I thought they might be ready for him, but no, not at all. Twists punishing them, and the trade is there. Junior at least will collect one, but that's going to be about it. Let's see if they keep giving him the fight. Let's see if they give him the opportunities. They don't need to. Look at the flanks that are developing. A player push through spawn. A player push through apps.
Junior's
I mean, there's just
man.
nowhere to go if you're Junior. 50 seconds on the clock, but how does he possibly get out of this one? He'd need to be Houdini.
Needs to hit every shot, and the time needs to be off for Liquid, which it might be here. Skulls could be exposed. Oh, the shot misses, though. And Junior probably would have been dead anyway from the player coming from T-Apps.
Should have been, yeah.
It's domination right now from Liquid. 7-0. I am a bit stunned, and I think Nouns are too.
Look, the last time I was in Dallas, I actually ran into Cadian and his team at the time at a barbecue spot that I guess I was that I think Maui had recommended to him, because that was the reason I was there. And all I'm saying is that barbecue was incredible, John. So I think
Dallas barbecue's
Cadian's
good,
ready
man.
to go back.
Yeah, it's thinking about the food. Probably a little more than that, but yeah, certainly. Skull's going to get one. CJ with a ripper of a trade, although he takes a lot of damage. I think the off through the wall got him, and then Twist finishes the job. Twist looking for a follow-up again. Another multi-kill for him. Not in the cards this time, says George. He's going to jump around. Could isolate Cadian, and he does.
Nice
3v2. Here we go. Maybe the first
Explosive
round,
round from George. Nav has to reposition. There's so much money on this Liquid side that I might as well give this the look. Bomb's going to be down, but even if they get kills, it's worth it. Even if the retake isn't so successful. Just an absurd amount of money they're sitting on. Naf doesn't seem to agree with me. Wary of it, but I think he's getting the comms now. They're telling him, look, it doesn't matter if you die, just go. Get exits. That's still worth. Ikindo doesn't need to be told twice. He's always ready to fight, and well, he will not get this kill. It might be tough for George to stay alive here. Half holding the line. Oh, but George will hit a ripper of a shot. 4 in the round. Beautifully done. Great work from George. That's what Nouns need for a little bit of explosive play.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of George, surprisingly, he was 18-13 on Inferno. I didn't realize it myself until I looked at the stats. And 102 ADR with a 1.36 rating, the highest rated player on the map, even though they lost 7-13. So, I mean, look, he has continued to be impressive, right, throughout this close qualifier. I'm so excited to see him. We talked about it yesterday, being more dynamic, being more involved in plays, and kind of the leash just being completely undone from him. So we'll see if he can continue to do that here on their T side, as Nouns need a huge recovery. And yeah, Skulls almost gets his skull taken off.
That's a nice nade. Poor CJ. Eats that. But Yekindar checked in jungle. Now this is an interesting brawl. Ooh, this spam really finds Skulls. Does George go? He goes back to it. Had to reload. Don't know if he knew he had the tags, but apparently enough to try it once more. And at this point, well, again, there's money to spare, but at some point you got to start thinking about the long game. There's still rounds to be played this half.
That's a wicked shot.
Who's that? Now the top mid player activates.
What?
Twist's finding a kill is just going to allow him to save this AWP. Got the double up as well. Naf picking up that secondary, so that's an expensive habit to maintain.
Exactly. I was going to say, like, the only reason in this situation to save would be for the double ops to keep them alive. And if they're 2 rifles, maybe they can go in a little more aggressively. But yeah, keep the double op going. Another great round from George. 2 openers onto the A site. Gets the space his team needs, and Skulls was just trapped in a corner. He couldn't find his way out, and George just went back to the spam, like you said, and that's what gave them the space and confidence to continue moving to the A site. So, second round found for Nouns. This half is not out of recoverable territory for them.
No, not at all. And I mean, we talked about it with Nouns. We always talk about it with Nouns. Momentum is so important for this team.
Yes.
Now they got a little bit. Now they've started rolling down the hill. Let's see if this boulder can pick up steam. There's still ground to cover, but as we know, once they get going, they're hard to stop.
Just need Carson and CJ to get going, or actually everyone except for George needs to get going. I mean, because
actually interesting here that you've got 3 players without head armor, because there is a Galil on the other side. So let's see if Marky makes them regret the lack of hats.
I mean,
Snap is going to be tested with the AWP. We don't see the NAF that often. It's actually Twists who's been picking up as the secondary more often on this team.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
But on
NAF's good too.
Mirage as the B anchor, there's NAF going to connect the first shot. He's got support from Yekindar as well, but it's only going to be one. That's a ripper from Carson, looking for more, looking for this fight, looking for this brawl. Ran around the windowsill, but laser focused on Cat. He won't expect Twists to have worked his way out. And Twist is so far forward. Junior's not ready for this brawl. How would you expect him to be Van already? So down he goes for free. Marky might just follow. A chase on, but... Teammate at hand, and Twists won't need the help.
Jeez. That's some great maneuvering by Twist, right? I mean, he gets to Van. Like you said, Junior had no idea because he was busy just trying to locate targets and actually did a nice shot before that. But how can you possibly think that a player is going to sneak up on you and already be in that position? There was nothing Junior could do. Afterwards, maybe Marky's able to recover, but that doesn't happen either. And he swiftly finds his way out of that round. 8-2. Timeout going to be called from Nouns. We thought maybe a little bit of a run was going to materialize, but with Liquid winning so decisively there, it's, well, problematic for Nouns to say the least. Looking at Twist scoreline as well, by the way, 14-2 with a 138 ADR. I talked about how well he's been playing at Connector, but I mean, in that round, just very, very solid. And I mean, holding the ground so well at the B site. Now it's going for the force up. I mean, being the scoreline that it is, you have to try something. You can't just keep surrendering rounds.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're really just trying to battle for these last two. Gotta get something going. Twist has been having a lethal game here, John. I mean,
yeah.
Last round, a nice indicator
Oh,
of it. And he
jeez.
continues to collect here. Oh, they're not clearing the belt. And actually, the off connecting means that Skulls can wait further. Marky's aware, at least, but that just sets up his opera. That sets up Cadian to rip elbows out of arms. Wow, that went just as quick here for Liquid. They're leaving no room to doubt in these rounds. They are dominating Nouns right now, shutting them out of sights, shutting them out of bomb plants. How many bomb plants have we even gotten for Nouns this half?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't recall
None.
that
Zero.
many. Yeah.
Maybe one. I mean, one in one of the rounds that they won. Another one was via elimination. So
Yeah.
let's assume they planted them in the 2 rounds that they won.
It's been really convincing. Yeah, in the 2 rounds they won, they got the bomb plant because remember Liquid was retreating, right, to the opposite
Yes.
sides. So they definitely got 2 bomb plants. But in all the rounds that Liquid have won, I don't think they've really had to defuse any bomb. Yeah, it's been elimination.
Dominant then. Twists continuing to show that dominance. He's still alive somehow. In the meantime, Yekindar chasing
you
this
kidding
op
me?
down, you
It's
madman.
Twist. It's Twist, I
Through
guess.
the Molotov. The bomb now found and an assassination for
What
the
the
last
heck?
double digits. And we'll be right back. Domination, the word of the day here for Liquid, as they made short work of Nouns in that first half, not even letting them onto bomb sites more often than not. Nouns backs up against the wall, a dire circumstance. Their map pick where they 13-3'd Liquid just yesterday. And now all the work to do, John, if we're going to have a series here.
I mean, that was Nouns' strong side on T side too. Now they're going on to their weaker CT side. I don't know, Mike. Not to mention, okay, Junior, nice little tap to that of Katie. I was going to say, not to mention how good Liquid have been on their pistol rounds. Nice shot from Markey. Bomb's going to get planted, though. So it is a retake. That is on.
What he's made. Now I've thought about lobbing the flash out, but they actually just gained the space without it. Guys in kind of a weird spot here. It is a fight from Ticket. Markey holding very passive, expecting some sort of a jungle play. Here comes the contact. First one found, a second as well. Great impact there. Considering he's just kind of out in no man's land, but it's all going to fall to Skulls. His position's now known. The bomb is being tapped, and it will be defused. So, a much-needed pistol round. But a bomb plant means they're not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, it's some really good play on the pistol there from Nouns. I mean, clinical shots to open it up. I mean, 2 laser beams to the heads of the Liquid players. And then afterwards, great teamwork to isolate the player in jungle. And that was Skulls, of course, making sure that he would have no further impact and couldn't hit the shots that presented themselves towards him. So there is a round. That's a positive sign, at least for Nouns, but they're still down by 7. And the bomb plant came through. That's the key difference between Nouns in the previous half and Liquid here, because they will be able to buy up 2 Galils in the mix, a Mac 10 and 2 Tech 9s. There are the 3 A1Ss, an MP9 and a FAMAS on the other side, so Nouns technically have the better buy up, and then Carson's going to open things up with the frag on Katie and some good aggression. 2 players, in fact, pushing into underpass for Nouns.
Look at all the space.
Yeah, they've given up A.
Look at all this ground. Bombs down. Somehow dodge majority of the spam as well. And now, I mean, the question's going to be the ticket fight.
Yeah.
Right, there's 2 players here. They're a little wary that someone could be in the smoke.
All they have are smokes in terms of util 2 on Nouns.
If they can kill these 2 players' ticket without massive casualties, it's all good. The swing in, oh, it's very good for George. He's got him on the line, and his retake is swift and merciless. Nothing doing here for Liquid. Nouns don't drop off body. They'll get some upgrades, and they have passed the test.
That's a lot of confidence to give up the A site pretty much 2 rounds in a row. I mean, and not, I think they got 1 frag this time and 2 in the previous round, and then charge right in on a full-on retake and really not lose another body, which is ridiculous to me. 4th round found. Liquid do get the bomb plant again, so they decide to force up once more. I think that would be a little ill-advised. Looks like it's just going to be the hero AK for twists and everyone else onto pistols and armor for the most part. Only Cadian opting not to get the armor because he wants the op in the next round. Nade is going to pop the smoke, and Cadian sees his head fling back, eating that nade. Another smoke pop. Nouns going for the aggressive control of mid. They're quite good at this.
It's going to be a group up for an A hit. Had a lot of success with bomb plants here. A little less to work with this time around. Junior drop, there was a chance. But as it is, not looking likely. Naf going to try and create something on the other side of the map, but meanwhile, even if they get this space, Carson's pushed in towards spawn. So rotation's not going to be possible as far as he's concerned. Knife out. Oh, my goodness. Give him a little while to finish his food there. And Skulls will punish him for it. A little bit of indigestion, so to speak. Now with some rifles gained, some reinforcements on. Naf is working his way out on towards this site. See if the read on CJ spot. No, absolutely not. The nade.
Oh, missed the mark.
Takes an awkward bounce. Pressure's on. If they can get this bomb down, that would be huge. They need to kill CJ to do so, though. And it's not going to happen.
Who needs nades when you got bullets? Taking care of business there. 5th round for Nouns, but here come the rifles for Liquid once more. That scoreline looks so much less threatening now for Liquid, though, with 3 in a row from Nouns. 10-5. Cutting into the lead. on the Nouns side, and they built up their economy to boot very strongly on their CT side early on, which is so important. Liquid were hoping to end this one quickly and continue their dominance, but they've been stalled out a little bit. Nade pop, and in fact, damage done. Look where Junior is, and he gets two. Katie and Yakinder gone. Marky finds Twist, 5v2, and they have full control of mid. Oh, Skulls could sneak through here, though.
He spotted. He's dropped. George not making that mistake. Picture perfect, pixel perfect on it. Talk about the unexpected play there. Junior just slamming on the aggression.
Unreal.
After being quite passive for much of this game. Much of this series. Makes it happen when he needs to, and he'll find the last as well for some extra style points on top. Nouns, I mean, the gap's just 4 at this point. No bomb plant there means it's likely another eco for Liquid. And this is far from over.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at Junior's stats in terms of opening frags, he gets a lot of them, but the majority come on CT side. He tends to be more aggressive, whether it makes sense or not, on his CT side opping than it is on his T side opping, where the fragging duties and opening frag duties are in Carson and CJ's hands instead. Seeing that aggression come through from Junior is a good sign for Nouns. Skulls and the rest of Liquid are relegated down to pistols once more. He made that previous one look like an eco. All quiet here on the A side until that smoke was tossed forward. Here comes the utility volley from Liquid. George going to get deleted by Skulls' Tech 9. They charge into the site. Junior's there to answer for one, but I'm pretty sure they're going to have to concede the bomb plan here. No! They charge out! Marky gets 3!
The smoke pop. The smoke pop is their undoing. Now it's just one man. Cadian has a rifle at the very least. Might have a chance to create something here. He's just trying to isolate some firing lanes. Provided they don't molly firebox, he might just be able to get away with this, but that is a big provided. Oh, the hop. Oh, that doesn't stick the landing. Caught the shot on Marky at least, trying to find some damage.
Oh, he's done.
How is he alive? How is he alive right now? They've got no more mollies. He might make this difficult. He's out further than they expect. Had no chance for the reload, but he'll make it expensive at least. Add some blemishes onto that round because the money was starting to get out of hand here for Nouns, and now we get the rifle buy up back from Liquid.
All right. Timeout going to be called here because Liquid have not won a single round here in this second half of action so far. 5 in a row for Nouns, who were looking depleted. Looked like they had nothing left in the tank here. Liquid were so dominant. Cadian was activating on CT side with that AWP, which was great news for Liquid. The guns have been silenced in the second half so far. George, along with Junior, having the impactful plays. Can they keep it up and pull this one back to at least a tied scoreline? Liquid, not enough money for the AWP, so it's just going to be the rifles across the board. Full body armor available to them as well. Marky peeking around. He's going to toss that Molotov for top mid because he doesn't know if anyone got behind the boxes yet. And well, if they haven't, they certainly won't be now.
It is interesting to see the difference here in terms of how heavy the mid focus was early on for Nouns. A little bit more spread for Liquid as I say that, though.
Hello? Yakinder.
Unfortunate molly spread. Just kept going. And thought he was safe. These CS2 mollies, they'll chase you.
Yeah. You gotta give them their space.
Look at this. Heavy emphasis here. On towards A, but with no vision in mid. They're starting to get a little panicky. George is rotating to compensate, but only into the window, not all the way over towards B. And this does want to finish A, based on the posturing, based on the bomb. 55 seconds. Swing back out. Yakindar spotted. Lobber of an HE to try and punish. And well, he will be found. The trade is there. And now Twists coming up the underpass. That was, a bit of unfortunate timing here. The bomb needs to get out. Naf's alone, just trying to walk out onto his A. The players were stuck, trapped. They couldn't escape. It was disjointed. And now Liquid are going to be sitting on a Cadian save with 30 seconds to go.
I mean, they have not been able to do anything at all. Even with the rifles out, Nouns have continuously shut them down. What a turnaround from that first half. An 8th round already secured here with only 10 seconds left. Cadian on the save, money abysmal for Liquid. I mean, yes, they do have the full loss bonus of 3,400, so they can opt to force up, but I would imagine they're going to be patient and wait a little bit longer. You do have the money situation for Cadian that's a little bit weird because it saves the AK, so maybe that would be a reason to force up here. But even then, just consider it a hero AK. They did it before with Twists. And then buy some pistols around it. Maybe a little bit of util too. They're going to talk this over, of course. It's a pretty critical juncture with Nouns reducing the deficit from 8 rounds to 2. Will be exactly that. Half buy with pistols and util around the AK. Cadian, the one using it? Yes, Mike.
Do they pick up the pace is my big question.
I think they kind of have to in this situation because they've been so passive. And yes, that worked maybe against a team like Boss, but Nouns are going to get in your face and you really do have to challenge them. I mean, Cadian's having a pretty good game, but I would rather that AK be in Twist Sands.
He ain't giving it up here. He's having a heater. And he wants to keep going. Yekindar will be having a little snooze.
He's going to sleep
in this one as the hop over the smoke costs him his life. It does seem like some more B posturing. It's been lighter presence here more often than not. But this round it's CJ. The support from Marky close at hand. CJ erased. Uh-oh. The Molotov comes in the nick of time. And Liquid do not have the smokes to compensate. Somehow Twist is alive. And he's going to be in the ladder, and they may not expect this based on how much spam there was. Does Marky overlook the spot? It's a patience game now for Twists.
I would imagine because Marky doesn't have information here, he's just going to hold towards B, not actually go to Cat.
This is the exchange. Whoa, Katie just made a noise. Sound cue in underpass. Marky, ever the wily customer, is not biting just yet. I think he just gave up a little audio cue as well on that swing. On that check. Skulls now coming through. Pressure on towards A. It's Carson who's pushed ramp. So you've got a player ticket, and you've got a player pushed ramp. This is a really weird defense to read. With 20 seconds to go, Liquid have to pick something. They have to choose.
It's B.
Where are they going to go? They're going to go towards B. That's the kill, but Twist, you got to go back for the bomb. You got to go back for this bomb. 13 seconds, 12. There's not enough time.
There's enough time if he sprints.
On this. Just to plant the bomb, it's not possible. And with it dropped down, no. Liquid have let this clock go. They need to get the kill. And Junior will do so. That's a mercy at the very least. Naf didn't want to get caught without loss bonus.
Whew, that's a rough one for Liquid. Probably the worst round we've seen for them so far on Mirage. They just waited and waited and waited. Bad clock management. Eventually, they do get that frag. But like you said, he had to go back and grab the bomb. If he full-on sprints, he makes it to the site probably in time to plant it. But that also, factors in if he stays alive. You got to get away from the op of Junior, which hasn't been easy for Liquid throughout both yesterday and today in the BO3s that they've played. So Nouns are up to 9. Liquid do have the rifles back in their hands, but it is pretty much even odds, I would say, at this point for either team to pull this one off.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid have not been able to beg, borrow, or steal around.
No rhythm at all.
Pressure on, though. Carson, 2 players down. Oh, the mid presence is traded back. CJ really coming alive here in this second half. But the bomb's still going to be planted. There's no one who can deny this. So it's the first post plant in a while for Liquid with even numbers up. They don't have any remaining utility, and there's a lot for Nouns for this retake. Hit's not remotely an issue. That's an interesting smoke to deploy.
Nice shot.
It'll work. Naf gets the first. First contact on. Pressure onto the ticket player, Junior. Gonna have to think twice about peeking out again, but George is at least able to punish. Oh, George. That was so very close. Junior attempting this, but time's ticking down. He's not got the chance. He's got one more shot, but he can't find the bomb. Now he's on it. Oh, that tap cost him. I don't think he's got time, and Cadian will ensure it. Liquid have let this get so very close, but when they needed it most, the round was found.
Yeah.
There are no survivors.
That's the problem. That right there. No survivors. The money is still bad for Liquid. The buy-up is going to be limited. They have to think about this one. I wouldn't be surprised if they call a timeout here just to talk it over and make sure that they, you know, get exactly what they need in terms of utility. And okay, it's all right. They have the quick thinking on their hands. 2 Galils, a MAC-10, 2 AKs, and Skulls with no util, but Yukindar's got a full belt. We'll see if that's enough for them. On the other side, though, Nouns having won every single round in this second half will have plenty of cash to work with, full belts of util, exactly the buy-up they could hope for. So let's see if Liquid can rebuff them once more. Skulls, there's the opener. Takes a lot of damage, but an insta trade from Carson. That said, they're still going to push in. Carson's not expecting this. The A site is vacant, and Liquid are moving in.
They've got the space. They've got the ground. There's no one ticket. A bomb plant very likely here. Drawing some blunders, and Twist is going to have some forward positioning, trying to get back in towards Con, where he had so much success in the first half. This now just late on the rotate. Naf found the timing. Completely unexpected here. And now Nouns are in trouble. I hope when he plays into their hands, he'll do so. But Marky
Wow, Naf
won't be able to overcome it. Now fighting around the murder hole, making it live up to its name. And this is going to be a save on. This is going to be map point, series point found for Liquid. They've waited till late to make a game of this, but a game they have found.
Wow. I mean, that's
one
all
round for Dallas, John.
Yeah, one round, and they're set. They got to book their tickets for Dallas and get on the planes once it starts, of course. But I mean, that's not Yukindar, but Skulls, who came out immediately, wins the opening duel, right? Gets that first one. Yes, he gets traded, but that's exactly what Liquid needed because the ticket presence is gone. And you only have Carson at connector, who decides to overcommit into mid afterwards and try to collapse there, perhaps expecting Liquid to rotate there themselves and maybe get the advantage. But no, instead, they get the A site, which Nouns have conceded to them in the past in the early parts of this half, and you saw they were very effective on the retake. That time, Naf, with some timely peeks, took the window control. He talked to a murder hole where he just was not going to be able to give up any space at all. And now Twist going to get the opener here. George finds the trade, and they're already onto the B side of Liquid. Skulls gets the headshot onto CJ. Naf finds Marky. It could be over here.
It's looking like it. A curtain of utility as well. They can't even get into this contest. They can't get into this retake. Junior trying to cross, gets peppered down. It's all onto George. Just 50 seconds lie between Liquid and a spot at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024. Skulls on this smoke fade might be able to punch their tickets. Might be able to lock them in to the most prestigious event in North America. And he will do exactly that. He's been the player of the match. He's been the man, the difference maker in this one. And in their rematch against Nouns, there are no mistakes from Liquid. There are no blunders. It's business from start to finish. They knew what the objective was. They might have taken a trip through the lower bracket to get here, but it is going to be Team Liquid going through to the Intel Extreme Masters. They will get their chance in Dallas in front of the hometown crowd.
Wow, I mean, that was an impressive job on Mirage. It looked like potentially they were going to start collapsing there when it was 10-9, but they shut the door in Nouns' face. And credit to Nouns for fighting back. I mean, honestly, two very fun maps of play, I would say, where they were in it. Inferno, I think they were more in it than the scoreline showed, to be honest, because it was very close time and time again and round after round. Just Liquid ended up winning those close engagements more often than not. So I'm still really excited for Nouns in particular going into the RMR because these guys are for real. I think you put them in another BO3 against Liquid, they still have a shot of coming out with the W, but this time Liquid are the ones bound for Dallas.
Yeah, these NA qualifiers have been a delight to watch because it's getting more and more competitive. But for now, Liquid overcome. They passed the hurdles. They passed the test. They are through to IEM Dallas. So book your tickets now. Get ready to watch Liquid on NA soil when that comes through. For now, good night, everybody.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strollick win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nouns! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Who